Hello and welcome to Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you. A bit of a change in the schedule with the Hoots playing early tomorrow. They're playing in game one here tonight, Hoots and Falcons. Hoots will be the home team. Falcons will hit first. Read you through their lineup as Troy Bealsmith steps to the plate. Bealsmith will lead things off. Ben Swords to follow. Wade Stouse, and then Austin Schmidt. Alex Hoff as the first pitch plunks Bealsmith, and that's how we get underway. Alex Hoff hits fifth in right field. Michael Long, the designated hitter, hits sixth. Cade Holt, the shortstop, hits seventh. David Olenek in left field hits eighth. And Andrew Fay is at second base. He will hit ninth. So a hit by pitch to get things started. And we didn't even have time to introduce the starting pitcher to you. His brother pitched 4 scoreless innings last night. It's the older brother of Carter McCall, Logan McCall. 6'1", 220 pounds. Older brother of Carter, 58 appearances in his career for the Harding Bisons, Division II, down in Arkansas. Both he and his brother, members of the Bisons, as that's fouled down the first base line by Ben Swords. That pitch misses up and in. One, two to Swords, a check swing, and strike 3. First strikeout for McCall on the evening. After the hit by pitch, he bounces back with a strikeout. This is the second time we've seen Mr. McCall worked against these Falcons back on July 8th. 2 innings, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts, no walks. He gets the nod tonight for Joe Lincoln's squad, coming in at 6-5. Falcons at 5-7-1. Troy Bealsmith on first, a short lead for the center fielder, and he takes off, and Stouse swinging away fouls it off. Wade Stouse having some kind of start to the season, along with the guy hitting behind him, Austin Schmidt. Stouse 3 home runs, 11 driven in, getting on base almost 45% of the time, slugging over 600. And that's chopped to the right side and foul. Take you around the horn for the Hoots. Evan Martin is in left field. Chase Krogman in center. Colin Bergman in right. Matt Staker at third. Nick Neville at short. Tyler Bastunas at second. Matt Dunham at first. Andrew Keck behind the plate, catching Logan McCall.
Wade Stouse has been someone who's been swinging the bat really well this summer. He's gotten a lot of quality at-bats. Leads the league in those, Shane, with 30 of them.
1-2 count here from Logan McCall, right back at you. And a line drive single. Logan McCall might have to take a moment to catch his breath.
There's another quality at-bat right there, driving the ball up the middle. And coming into today, that's why he was at the top of the leaderboard, because he does quality after quality, gets a lot of pitches, hits home runs, and also drives the ball with authority, it seems like, every single time we see him at the field.
Smoked that baseball up the middle, and he has himself a base hit here in the first inning. And an RBI chance here for the league's RBI leader, Austin Schmidt, but he gets hit by the pitch.
Hey, when you got an RBI opportunity for the league leader in runs batted in, you might just give him the free base instead of giving him a chance to drive a run in, because he's just been so good, Shane, so good.
That does load the bases, however, for the 5-hole hitter, Alex Hoff, who's in right field this evening. We've seen him in every outfield spot. Left field, center field, right field. Playing right field here this evening.
And
First pitch swinging.
And obviously that's not what he was trying to do. I mean, you don't want to load the bases. But here now that can induce the double play now.
The 1-1 from McCall is in there for a strike. McCall looking for the strikeout of the double play. As he's loaded the bases, a couple of hit by pitches and a base hit. A screamer back up the middle off the bat of Wade Stouse. Strike 3 called. He gets the strikeout of Alex Hoff. Couple of strikeouts for McCall. And he's 1 out away from straining the bases loaded. I'll have to deal with the designated hitter, Michael Long. Division II arm against the Division II bat here. Harding University against the University of Central Missouri, Michael Long.
The designated hitter tonight. And you get in these bases loaded situations.
And Long breaks his bat. That's in the shallow center. That is a chance to drop. Krogman, a diving catch, but he trapped it. A base hit for Michael Long. Krogman thought he came up with it.
Yeah, he's confused right now.
He's confused. The field umpire said he trapped it.
Oh, man, I thought that was
that looked
be
clean
a web
from
gem
here.
right there, but after Hoff strikes out, a couple strikeouts and the bases are loaded. You got to ultimately get a run across with a guy on third, less than 2 outs early on to get some pressure on the starting pitcher, and it's good that now that ball was safe that they do get on. But, man, that was a close play. It's hard even to tell back on replay what happened, but the umpire was right there and he called it safe. So he must have had the best. He had the best angle for sure.
So give Michael Long 2 RBIs on that play as that pitch misses up and in. One and one count here to Cade Hull. With runners on the corners, 2 away. He fouls that pitch off, so Beal Smith and Stouse score. And it's 2-0 Falcons here in the first.
Good job. Long's been swinging the bat well.
And that's grounded up the middle. Nick Neville on the first. Falcons strand the runners on the corners, but an RBI base hit by Michael Long on the diving attempt by Chase Krogman. That comes up just short, and the Falcons have a 2-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the first here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. As we head to the bottom of the first here on Carshield Collegiate League TV, a 2-0 lead for the Falcons on the 2 RBI base hit by Michael Long to shallow center. Chase Krogman made a fantastic effort. Came very, very close to catching that ball on the fly, but the field umpire deemed that he trapped it. Now, with the bases loaded, 2 outs. So 2 runs score for the Falcons, and the Hoots coming to bat here in the bottom of the first. As Evan Martin leads things off, he looks at ball 1. Evan Martin will be followed by Nick Neville, Andrew Keck, Chase Krogman, Colin Bergman, Matt Dunham, Tyler Bastunas, Matt Staker, and Dominic Cusimano, the designated hitter. As Martin swings through that one, 1-1. The hurler on the mound for the Falcons, making his 4th start at the University of Alabama, Ryan O'Connell. O'Connell, his last time out against the Cavemen last Friday, 5 innings of 1-run ball, 3 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's tossed 11 innings so far this summer, 13 hits, 5 earned runs, 10 strikeouts, just 1 walk.
Not many walks for how much he gets ahead in the count. He's one of the best arms in the league at getting ahead of hitters.
As Martin rips that one into right center, Beal Smith shading him slightly towards right center. Trots over, and makes the catch. Beal Smith was shading Martin towards right center, and Martin smoked that one into the gap, but Beal Smith ran underneath it. Take you around the horn for the Falcons. In the outfield, David Olenek, Troy Beal Smith, and Alex Hoff left to right. Ben Swords is at third base. Cade Hole is at shortstop. Andrew Fay at second base. Austin Schmidt playing first. Wade Stouse behind the plate, catching Ryan O'Connell. There's a strike from O'Connell. 0-2 the count on Nick Neville. So fly out by Martin on the 3-1 pitch. And now Nick Neville in an 0-2 count. Since being inserted into this lineup, both Nick Neville and Evan Martin have become staples at the top of the order. Neville, 278 hitter, getting on base over 40% of the time and slugging over 600 and OPS over 1,000 in 6 games. And that's lifted into shallow left. Olenek, battling the sun, puts it away for the second out. So a couple of flyouts. And the outfielders for the Falcons have been busy here the first couple hitters. And now Andrew Keck. Well, he and Falcons catcher Wade Stouse, teammates at Southeast Missouri State.
So far we have N42, N34. Can you hear that on there?
O'Connell went with the off-speed pitch there. The breaking ball missed down and away. O'Connell likes to work quickly, works from the first base side of the rubber. Gets the ball and goes, throws a lot of strikes. That's chopped to the left side. O'Connell has himself not a 1-2-3 inning as that throw sails high from Swords. And Keck reaches base. So Keck reaches on the throwing error by Swords. And a 2-out base runner for the Hoots here in the bottom of the first. And now the center fielder, Chase Krogman, who nearly made a spectacular catch in shallow center field to take away a couple of runs. But the field umpire deemed that he trapped the baseball. And so 2 runs scored on the play. That was a base hit for Michael Long. That brought in the only 2 runs of the ball game. here in the first inning. So Keck on first base after the error. Charged Ben Swords with an E5 on the throw. And a 1-1 count to Chase Krogman. Good breaking ball, a backdoor breaking ball there from Ryan O'Connell. Just clipped the outside corner. And he has Krogman where he wants him at 1-2. Pivotal pitch there on 1-1 to get the call. And that's fouled away. The difference between 1-2 and 2-1, especially against a hitter like Chase Krogman, astronomical. The next 1-2 went with the fastball and missed down and away. Might have been the changeup. Krogman trying to battle back into this count. He's evened it at 2-2. There goes Keck for second base. A check swing and a ball, and Keck is going to swipe second base. But Krogman went around. They defer to the field umpire, and he says he goes around. And Krogman on the wrong end of a couple bang-bang calls by the field umpire, and Krogman is down on strikes for out number 3. We head to the second. Falcons lead it 2-0. A reminder of this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if a company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. The left fielder, David Olenek, gets things started for the Falcons. They put up 2 in the top half of the first and held the Hoots off the scoreboard in the bottom half, so they have a 2-0 lead as they come to bat. For the second time, Olenek, first pitch swing, fouls it back. Olenek, Fay, and then the top of the order, Troy Bealsmith. 7 Falcons came to the plate in the first inning. They played a couple of runs. RBI base hit for Michael Long. 2 RBI, 2-out base hit. And shallow center, Olenek fouls that one out of play down the right field line. Olenek, a slow start this summer. He's got a lot of playing time, but just 3 hits on the summer. Trying to get things going, hitting out of the 8th spot here in the second inning. That's fouled out of play. Olenek, the former standout under Mark Valley for the St. Louis Patriots, the home school team. Very competitive with a lot of the smaller high schools in this area. They play a lot of small private high schools during spring baseball season. And Mr. Olenek was one of the finest players on those ball clubs, but he strikes out here. Third strikeout for Logan McCall.
Second baseman, number 10, Andrew Fay.
Logan's younger brother Carter on last night's ball game was very good. 7 strikeouts and 4 innings of 1 hit, no run baseball. He and Tyler Cleveland combined to shut out the Eagles on just 1 hit.
13 strikeouts, Shane.
13 strikeouts between the two of them as Andrew Fay grounds out to third.
And if the Hoots can hit like they hit last night, they'll score a lot of wins in that win column because their pitching is unreal. And it's the 2 runs that they let up in the first, Shane, that's more than they're averaging surrendering per game. They have a sub-2 team ERA. That's not just, oh, we're taking a few of their starters. No, that's their team
ERA.
earned run average.
1.67 coming into play.
So they're already over that tonight.
And your favorite stat, whip as well, sub 1.2. If you're under that mark for any pitcher, that's very good. That's your kind of your aim, about 1.2. That's walks and hits per inning pitch, so basically takes into account the amount of base runners you give up per inning, and there's a base runner there for the Falcons. A base hit for Troy Bealsmith, and he's going to try for second as it's bobbled out in left field. And he'll advance on the error, so a base hit and an E7. As Martin just a lapse in concentration out in left field, bobbled that baseball and allows the speedy Bealsmith to advance out to second.
This is a chance. Ben Swords, been a premier hitter so far in this league. And slugging the baseball all summer long, and a chance to make the Hoots pay on the defensive mistake.
He struck out the first time he was at the plate, trying to come through here with a runner in scoring position and 2 away. And that's fouled sharply out of play down the right field line.
Over 1,000 OPS for the Webster Youth third baseman, 4th in the league.
Two and one now on Swords. Trying to come through with a runner now in scoring position. Troy Bealsmith singled to left field. And it was bobbled by Evan Martin out in left field. And he advances to second on the error. Good count here for Ben Swords. A 3-1 is hit into right center. Chase Krogman's going to give chase, but that one is off the wall. Krogman plays it well off the wall, and Swords slides into second base. He trades places with Bealsmith and drives in the 3rd run for the Falcons. So Ben Swords comes through with 2 away. Bealsmith scores to make it 3-0. And now Wade Stouse looks at a ball, 1-0. Stouse hit a sharp single up the middle, right past the ear of Logan McCall. And that's smoked down the right field line. Goodness gracious, he jumped on that 2-0 pitch.
And the Hoots got a quick turnaround, Shane. Tomorrow morning, playing at 11 a.m., and that's why they got moved up to play the first game tonight. First time they've done that. Usually see them in the nightcap, but not playing really under the lights tonight. Does it affect their play? Probably not, but Always something to talk about, right?
That'd be a quick turnaround if they say they played at 8 o'clock, didn't get over till say 10:30. That'd be a quick turnaround. They wanted to avoid that, get these players some more rest, and rightfully so. Not originally scheduled to play tomorrow, but it's a makeup of a rainout. So circumstances call for adjustments, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Just baseball calls for
And
adjustments.
that Keck, a little lazy picking up that ball in the dirt, and Beal Smith advances to third. Might have jammed a finger. So Staus reaches on the base on balls.
2-out magic here.
And some 2-out magic indeed for the Falcons.
And it's been because of sloppy defense, really. A single, then an air advances Beal Smith. A swords double. And then a walk, but the Hoots have had a couple miscues on defense to help out the Falcons, who already lead 3-0. And we were talking about Joe Lincoln's pitching staff through this season so far. Man, they've been so good, but the tide has turned here a little bit early on. It's been the Falcons offense who we can't short them too much. They've been hitting the snot out of the baseball.
That's one way to put it, especially the middle of this order. With Swords, Staus, and Schmidt, it seems like every time they're at the plate, they're making solid contact. Staus did, but man, you think he was looking for a fastball 2-0 as he ripped that one well fouled on the right field. I like to see the exit velocity on that one.
They got some pop, 14 home runs on this team. The Hoots just with 4. So give you some perspective. They got some guys who can mash the baseball on this team. One of the thicker lineups in this league. Hitting .255 as a team, but they got a ton of extra base hits.
1-1 count here to the leading RBI man in the Car Shield Collegiate League, Austin Schmidt. 16 runs he's driven in 12 ball games. Talk about this Falcons ball club. Hitting .255 isn't necessarily a bad number, but they're getting on base 36% of the time. And slugging .421 coming into play, and that's only going up as Schmidt lines out to second base. That'll do it. So they strand a couple of runners for the second straight inning, but they do score for the second straight inning. They lead it 3-0. Hoots coming to bat in the bottom of the second right after this. The Falcons have scored in each of the first 2 innings, 2 in the first, 1 in the second. Hoots coming back here in the bottom half, trailing 3-0. Colin Bergman will get things started. Matt Dunham, Tyler Bastunas to follow, 5, 6, and 7. The Hoots got a base runner on with an error. On the third baseman, Ben Swords, Andrew Keck reached base and stole second base.
How about this guy? 4 ribbies last night.
4 RBIs for Colin Bergman. He's driven in 9 so far this summer. Good for 5th in the league. And he goes down looking right there on a breaking ball from O'Connell. So O'Connell starts the second the same way he ended the first with a strikeout, this one looking. Matt Dunham swinging away on the first pitch, and he fouls it out of play. Matt Dunham inserted back into the lineup. Joe Lincoln trying to get him going. It's been a slow start to the summer for Mr. Dunham. Just 3 for 23. That's fouled away once again, 0-2. Hitting out of the 6th spot in the order, playing first base. Jimmy Young with the day off. Ty Stouse as well.
Could see Young out of the bullpen.
Could. That's been usually when he's not in the lineup, that's usually a good indication we might see him out of the bullpen. We'll see. 0-2 to Dunham. He swings through it. 3 straight strikeouts for O'Connell.
And that's what happens when you can consistently get ahead. You get in great situations, and O'Connell has a wicked slider that he utilizes a lot to righties and lefties. And later in the count now, he's going to it. Because he can get guys away with a good electric fastball, but also a nice slider.
Bastunas fouls that one away. Strike 1. Bastunas 4 for 23 on the summer so far. 3 runs driven in. All those hits have been singles. Playing in his 9th game here this evening. Formerly at Timberland High School. And he hits that one into the shallow right. Alex Hoff had drifted out there a little farther, but Alex Hoff puts it away. A 1-2-3 second for O'Connell. Will Connerly will tell you about the middle innings. 3rd inning coming up. Falcons lead it 3-0.
Better tell you his first name because his brother was on the mound last night. There's Carter McCall and then Mr. Logan McCall, who's towing the rubber now. Logan McCall and Carter McCall both at Harding University. Facing off against Alex Hoff here in the top of the 3rd inning. 3-0 Falcons lead. They plated 2 runs in the first and 1 in the second. Hoff is swinging, and this is popped to left. Martin comes under it, and it drops for a single for Hoff. So to lead off the top of the 3rd, a single. This Hoots pitching, we'd say, obviously, they can throw the ball at a high rate very effectively. But through 2 innings, they've surrendered to 3 runs already. They trail 3-0. Lead off, single in the top of the 3rd, brings up Michael Long, who fouls this one away, had a single last time at the plate. That was that ball that Chase Krogman almost caught in center field. This ball's belted towards center. I don't think Krogman will get to this one. Nobody will. It's a bomb to left center field. Michael Long lays into it, and the Falcons extend their lead 5-0 now. Michael Long with a bomb to center field. Krogman could give a little chase, but that was well out of here as Michael Long trots around the base pass. A big-time blast from the designated hitter. 5-0 Falcons on top.
Goodness gracious, Michael. Oh, good Lord. That ball was punished.
His third home run of the summer. Cade Hole lines out. For the first out, David Olenek now to the box. So these Falcons have already tagged the right-hander with 5 runs on 5 hits. One just coming from the Michael Long long ball to left center field. This ball's grounded to the right side. Bastunas over to Dunham, 2 away.
Second baseman, number 10, Andrew Fay.
The right-hander works with 2 outs to Fay. He strokes this one to right field, but making a running, sliding catch is Colin Bergman for the third out. So the Falcons extend on their lead with the 2-run shot from Michael Long. 5-0. Bottom of the third we go. Matt Staker, Dominic Cusimano, and Evan Martin due up for the Hoots. Bottom of the third, Shane Holsey's with us. Will Connerly, Charlie Bornoff as well. Pitch taken for a strike by Staker. Ryan O'Connell for the third inning of work. Cade Hole fields it as short, throws it over to first, 1 away. O'Connell makes quick work of Staker. And now Dominic Cusimano comes to the plate. Dominic Cusimano, the designated hitter tonight, rounding out this order. There's a right-hander, Ryan O'Connell. Had a good summer so far. Out here for his 4th start. This ball is chopped in a leaping play by the shortstop, Cade Hole. A couple balls come to the shortstop, and 2 away now. Evan Martin now top of the order due up. Martin flew out to center field last time at the plate. He tries to lay one down the line, but foul. Good idea by the speedy left-handed hitting outfielder Evan Martin. Ryan O'Connell works under the direction of Josh Kiesel, Austin Miney, Mitch Plasmeyer at P3.
Sorry, I missed.
5'11", 205 right-hander, a graduate of Lafayette High School. Working here to Evan Martin in an 0-2 count with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. The offering missed up and away. O'Connell, the only base runner was Andrew Keck, who reached on the air. That pitch missed low, count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter Evan Martin. That ball skied in the air. Andrew Faye's tracking for it. And the center fielder, Beal Smith, calls everybody off and takes it for the third out. O'Connell's carving, three scoreless. We send it to the fourth on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Troy Bealsmith, Ben Swords, Wade Stouse. Due up here, top of the fourth, 5-0 ball game. And the right-hander nicks Troy Bealsmith. He gets on base on the hit by pitch, just how he did to start this ball game. In the top of the first inning, Bealsmith has been on base now 3 times. The first 2 times he came around to score. What you want out of the leadoff guy, getting on base. He'll take it to a couple hit by pitches, though. Any way you can. So Bealsmith starts off the top of the fourth with getting hit by the pitch from Logan McCall, who the Falcons have scored 5 runs off of. The grounder to the right side. Dunham goes and steps on first. Bealsmith will advance after Swords grounds out to Dunham. Just a reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Millertronics recycler since 1996. Wade Stouse, first pitch foul back. He comes to the box in a big spot with a runner on second. A 5-0 ball game. Will he continue to mash? He's been doing it all summer long, a swing and a miss on a good breaking ball. We say big spot, but they're up 5-0, so take it how you please. But I call it a big spot just because his statistics are so big. leads the league in quality at bats. He sprays the ball all over the field, and he rips that one to center. It's going to be another RBI for the SEMO Slugger. Krogman's throw is cut off by Dunham, and the lead gets extended 6-0 now. Wade Stouse has been feeling himself this summer.
Has he ever? He's laid into a couple of balls tonight. The one foul ball didn't count, but he's hit a couple of bullets right back up the middle.
So an RBI for Stouse. He's 2 for 2 with a run scored and a run batted in. He walked in the second. Now Austin Schmidt lined out to the second baseman last time, was hit by the pitch in the first. Breaking ball from Logan McCall, called for a strike. Here in the top of the fourth, Falcons have extended their lead. Breaking ball misses up. A ball and a strike with 1 out to Austin Schmidt. The Lindenwood commit has had himself a fine summer as well. Man, we've talked about that meat in this order. And when they're on like they have been, they can rattle off victories in a hurry. Wade Stouse, as we mentioned, a ton of quality at the plate. And then you get a guy in Austin Schmidt leading the league in runs batted in. That breaking ball's missed low. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and I think that runs batted in, it's super important because it shows how many times you've executed with runners either in scoring position. It counts obviously for the home runs you've hit, but it's a telling statistic because about the runs that you're worth. Austin Schmidt thought it was ball 4. The little interesting sequence there. Andrew Keck knew it wasn't, so he still tried to go throw down to first and catch Wade Stouse, who got back in time. Schmidt thought he had himself on base, but now back in the box, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. And he takes ball 4 there, but they say he went around. A little late call. Schmidt thought he had walks on back-to-back pitches. One was ball 3, and then the next one was strike 3. He goes to the box with 2 away. Pitch popped to the right side. And foul Alex off the right fielder. In the box, Wade Stouse at first. He got on a single. There's a breaking ball's in there for a strike.
That makes me upset. I'm taking it down now.
Wade Stouse at first. The pitch from McCall. A couple breaking balls. Does work of Alex off. But the Falcons extend on their lead 6-0. We send it to the bottom of the fourth. 6-0 here, bottom of the fourth. The Hoots come to the plate. Nick Neville, Andrew Keck, Chase Krogman, and Ryan O'Connell's working himself on a gem right now. He's been fine through the first 3 innings of work, 3 shutout innings, no hits allowed, just 1 base runner earning his way on base via an error by the third baseman. Lights out stuff from O'Connell today, and we were looking at the statistics earlier. He gets ahead more times than not, and that bodes well for success. The SEC arm at Alabama. This ball's hit up the middle. Coming in under it is Beal Smith, and he retires Nick Neville to start off the bottom of the fourth.
He didn't let that error in the first inning come back to bite him. He's retired 8 straight since then.
Andrew Keck now to the plate. Speaking of that error, he was the one who reached on that error. And as you mentioned, your defense picks you up so many times. You can't let one little thing get to you. And that's why we love the game of baseball so much, I feel like, because, or at least I speak for myself, I think that it's so cool to see. It's such a team game, even though it's individuals, because you could have an off night. And like we've seen pitchers who have been great not do as well. Then you could have a super on night, but maybe one of your fielders is struggling. You have to pick them up. And I think it's so much of a team game in that aspect of you got to pick guys up because you're not going 3 for 3 every night. You got to be able to have your teammates pull through. You got to get that 2-out hit here and there. And that's the most fun part about it is an individual game. It's O'Connell competing against Andrew Keck right now, and he retires him on a strike 3. But also, you're going to have to pick your teammates up, and O'Connell's really picking up his fielders tonight, not letting anybody touch him.
It's a team sport with individual aspects to it. You have the pitcher versus the hitter. You have the fielders trying to guess where the fielder might hit the ball, positioning themselves differently. It's a game of adjustments, and it's a team game played on an individual level.
Yeah, I've heard some people say it's an individual game with team aspects. So
same difference.
And yeah, I mean it's an individual battle right now, and like that's what I always intrigued me about pitching is it's you are in control. You have to take ownership that no one's going to throw a strike for you. Hope isn't a good mechanism to get a strike over. You have to commit to throwing strikes consistently in your work week, in your bullpens, and then go out and ultimately execute pitches on the day you throw. No one's going to do it for you. No. And that's the thing is that's as individual as it gets, but it's every single position, every aspect. The right fielder, the center fielder, going and tracking for a ball and communicating with each other. Every single aspect of that, it's interdependent in the game of baseball. The fielders will be more successful when they have a pitcher who's working quickly and throwing a lot of strikes, and vice versa when you see things when hitters, that's why they kind of say hitting's contagious. The team kind of can feed on some of those things that you can't quantify, like momentum during a ball game as Krogman pops up to Beal Smith. Speaking of momentum, O'Connell has it. 4 shutout innings. We're through 4. Just a reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling. 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web, www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Mr. Long, Michael Long, comes to the plate. To start the top of the fifth inning, new pitcher into the ballgame, Juan Finn, making his fourth appearance of the summer. He's worked 6 1/3, and he gets a miss on Michael Long, who made us get the tape measures out because he hit a long ball last time at the plate. He went to center field right by that Alliance Credit Union sign. Poked it to dead center. The second summer he's gone dead center, and third time he's left the yard is Juan Griffin, making his fourth appearance out of the bullpen. He has a 1-2 record, a 6.6 ERA. The pitch is upstairs. He struck out 5 in 6 1/3, walked 2. As he works here after Logan McCall went 3 innings. 4 innings, surrendering 6 hits and 6 earned and 4 Ks. This ball's back to Griffin. Griffin throws it over to first and gets a quick out of Michael Long. The first time Long's been retired tonight.
You're going to see a lot of that from Juan Griffin. A lot of ground balls, a lot of early outs, a lot of quick outs. Works the ball down in the zone, a sinking fastball. Gets a lot of weak contact.
And the ball sinks a lot. It kind of just falls off the table at the last moment from Griffin. And so he'll get a lot of ground balls, like you mentioned, especially when he can come inside on the hands of guys. Lincoln looking to work and try to get some extension. Out of the bullpen now after his starter works 4 innings. Here in the top of the fifth, we've been cruising through this game, much thanks to the guy on the bottom of the scoreboard who's been pitching to the home Hoots, Ryan O'Connell. Isn't he working on some type of gem, Shane?
Some type of gem is right. 1 base runner. It was an error, none of his doing. And he didn't let that snowball into a bad inning, got the next man out, and he's been on a roll, commanding both sides of the plate with multiple pitches. Just been in absolute command, in control. And now with a 6-run lead, he's very, very, very comfortable.
Comfortable, staying locked in. 4 shutout innings of no-hit baseball for the Alabama right-hander. As Cade Holt takes the strike, as now Juan Griffin working here in the top of the fifth. 3 balls and a strike, 1 out. A 6-0 ball game. Griffin delivers. That ball's popped to the right side. Coming in under it is Bergman, who slides and makes the catch. A little collision out there as well. But Bergman did indeed get it. Second time he's had to hit the deck and make a catch tonight. He does it there for the second out.
He had a couple of things to contend with. The ball, the high sky, the second baseman coming out. But on that kind of play, it's better to try to slide for the baseball instead of diving head first. There's a lot of bad things that can happen when you try to dive for a ball coming in like that. You can jam a thumb. You can dive head first. Well, when you're diving head first, you're more likely to get if there's another fielder coming out, say the second baseman's going out, if you dive and your head hits the back of the infielder's leg, that's trouble. So it's better to slide on those types of plays if you can. Sometimes you have to lay out, but if you can, especially on this turf, sliding is the premier option.
And a lot of times coaches will have fits because a pitcher makes a good pitch, Shane, and he gets a weak pop-up, but then it goes in that no man's land and drops, and that feels like the next day at practice, coach, you work on those infield pop-ups or those no man's land pop-ups.
Talk.
You work on communication, but that's not a setting that this team has had. any of these teams have had, because the league got put together and then it's just kind of been games on games on games. Yeah, they take in and out, but they don't specifically work on those situations. There's a lot of fluidity with the lineups as well. So I know they've practiced it before and they know the importance of communication, but still, Tyler Bastunas and Bergman and Dunham, those are the people in that triangle. They all haven't played a ton of innings together on the field until this summer. So
and these guys have played baseball for a long time. They've practiced that countless times, but these guys are moving around different positions. They're not used to playing with certain guys. Some guy might yell ball, ball, ball. Somebody might yell mine, mine, mine. It's all mental when it comes to that, and you have to pick up on other players' cues as well. Different guys call the ball in different ways.
I got it.
Some call earlier, some call later.
True.
And you don't really know that until you actually get it on the field. And when you're hearing it for the first time in a game setting, that's a lot for your brain to take in at one time. And these athletes, they can adjust to it. But, I mean, like Bergman, he's primarily played left field. And Tyler Bastunas is playing second base. Those two haven't had a situation like that to practice that type of fly ball.
This ball's grounded to the left side. Staker, he needs to get rid of it quick. He does. Juan Griffin goes 1, 2, 3. We send it to the bottom of the fifth, 6-0. The Falcons on top. Bottom of the fifth, welcome you here. Shane Hulsey, Will Connerly, Charlie Bornoff, and we get to watch this guy pitch some more. Ryan O'Connell, he's been doing well so far. 4 shutout innings. No hits, no runs, of course. Only 1 base runner. That was Andrew Keck, who reached on an error in the first inning. Colin Bergman, Matt Dunham, Tyler Bastunas due up. As O'Connell carved the first time through the lineup, he's working on his second time. Facing 5, 6, 7 in the order. Three balls, no strikes. The pitch. Pitch taken for 4-pitch walk now to start off the bottom of the fifth.
That's the first time O'Connell's had to deal with the leadoff base runner, see how he responds here. The only base runner was that 2-out error back in the first. So that breaks a string of 13 straight retired. 10 straight retired, rather.
Dunham fouls the first pitch back. Nothing in 1. And as you mentioned, a leadoff base runner. Colin Bergman. Pitch is low. Wade Stouse gets it. Good block. Stouse saves about 90 feet on that one. A 1-ball, 1-strike. O'Connell working to Dunham, and he drops that one in there for strike 2. Colin Bergman, the runner at first. In a 6-0 ball game, it's been all Ryan O'Connell. He's thrown 4 shutout innings. He's yet to surrender a hit here in the bottom of the 5th. Working to the left-handed hitting first baseman and slew commit Matt Dunham. Pitch is low. It scoots away from Staus. And Bergman will advance 90 feet to second base, now in scoring position for the first baseman, Matt Dunham.
This would be a big chance for the Hoots to break through. Once you get one, it seems like hits breed hits. If Dunham can come through here, at least get that runner up to third base, and the Hoots can get back on the scoreboard. Having that goose egg on the scoreboard doesn't give you a whole lot of confidence, but if you can just get one run, maybe you can get a couple more and get right back into this ball game.
Dunham grounds this to the right side. That'll do the job. Runner now 90 feet away with just one out. And that does a job. Matt Dunham gets the runner over, and now Tyler Bastunas has the job of getting him in here with one out and a runner on third. That ball's grounded. This will do a job. He'll get on base as well as the throw is airmailed. And that's an error on the shortstop, Andrew Fay. The overthrow would have had him at first likely if throw was on time. And they'll bring up Matt Staker, the third baseman. So a run comes across. Matt Staker, the third baseman, now trying to catch Bastunas, who came up with Bergman on third base and hit one towards Cade Hole. I called it an error, but people in the press box disagree with me. Shane Holsey, you call that? We don't have our score guy here today. You call that a hit, don't you?
I thought initially, because I thought maybe Bastunas would have beaten the throw. I'm not sure.
It's okay.
Putting an error up on the scoreboard.
Hey, it's subjective. We can disagree, Adam.
With the pitcher on the mound working on what he's working on, you'd be more inclined to give him an error. But we'll call it an error. We won't change our mind.
People in the press box were trying to figure it out, but we got our PA announcer saying that it was a base hit, but we're calling this one an error. He's working on a no-hitter, and I'm calling that one an error for sure. So that's grounded to the left side, thrown over to second, thrown over to first, and O'Connell gets the double play. 5 innings of no-hit baseball for Ryan O'Connell. We send it to Shane Holsey.
Yeah.
The kid one who sat on the ball for a second. Did he? There's a reason the kid overthrew the ball to try and get
0-2 count here to Andrew Fay. Our apologies for that. We're still discussing that hit/error back in the 5th inning. I think the official scoring decision is a hit.
Error.
What if there wasn't a no-hitter going on? Would you have called that a hit?
We're going with an error on that.
All right. Well, I hope they do get another hit just for O'Connell's sake, as Dunham grounds that one out to first base. Or Dunham takes it for out number 1. Andrew Fay grounding out.
I'm pissed if I'm O'Connell at all you guys up here. Every single one of you guys.
That's a hard play for a shortstop to make. I mean, and Bastunas runs well too, so either way. Now Troy Beal-Smith, no runners on base, 1 away. Here in the top of the 6th, Falcons looking to add on to a 6-1 lead. Juan Griffin back out for a second inning of work. He's retired all 4 hitters he's faced as Beal-Smith pops that one into straightaway center field. Chase Krogman camps underneath it. 2 away, 5 up, 5 down for Juan Griffin out of the bullpen. So 5 straight retired for Juan Griffin, and now Ben Swords. He struck an RBI double back in the 2nd. 1 for 3 on the evening for him with that extra base hit as he hits that one down the right field line. That's slicing towards the line, and it's a fair ball. Ben Swords going to have another extra base hit. He's got a couple of doubles. He's now 2 for 4. Ben Swords continues to impress with another multi-hit ball game.
All right, I went back and watched. I'm cool with cool with hit
You're
there.
cool with the scoring?
I can't argue too much. I just hate to see a no-no breaking up with a guy on the infield.
Yeah.
It's a tough play. The throw wouldn't have beat it. So I'll surrender.
You're good with the hit?
Oh, we're good with it, baby.
All right.
That's the score.
You hate to see a no-no broken up like that, but that's baseball. And you want your first hit given up to be a legit, uncontroversial hit, but I mean, you don't want to. Not that I'm rooting for O'Connell to give up another base hit, but you'd like to see that not be the only hit he gives up. I see where you're coming from. I mean, that's a bang play at first. It's a hard play. I mean, Hull will probably tell you probably should have made the play, but
it's
you can't really expect him to make that play.
Well, if he overthrew it and Bastunas was a few steps earlier, then I would have for sure said error. Because the throw could have been an error. It could have been an error on the throw. But then I go back and watch, and it's too close at first to give it for sure an error. Because you got to know an error would have been an out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so
when in doubt, you usually decide with a hit.
Side with it.
More
Well,
times than
but
not.
I'm saying, like, if he makes that throw and lasers it with a perfect throw, he would have got him out. But the throw there in that instance probably doesn't get him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
like, if he makes
yeah.
a perfect throw, he's out. But it's hard to make it an error when he airmails the throw.
It's hard to,
and it goes at the same time as the runner gets there. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe O'Connell's just with it the whole time. He probably doesn't really care too much, but
yeah. He still knows he's pitching well.
oh yeah.
And regardless if the no-hitter's gone, the shutout's gone. So
Right.
most – and the runner's going to take off. Keck throw down to second base, and a double steal pays off for the Falcons. Those stolen bases brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, social responsibility. Stolen base for Swords, stolen base for Stouse. And they move into scoring position. And it seems like if there's anybody on base, they're always in scoring position for the man at the plate, Austin Schmidt.
Ain't that right?
He's got a couple of runners on base, a chance to put this game farther out of reach for the Hoots, who already trail 6-1. For Stouse, that's stolen base number 2, and for Ben Swords, stolen base number 2 as well. Austin Schmidt, 16 runs batted in on the summer. Looking for 17 and 18, maybe 19, with 2 away here in the 6th. Hit by a pitch, a line out and a strikeout this evening. 2-1 count here. And he ropes that one into center field. Chase Krogman giving chase, and he's going to make the catch. A well-struck ball. Austin Schmidt continues to swing the bat well. Nothing to show for it tonight. He's 0 for 3, but a well-struck ball. The Falcons strained a couple. We head to the bottom half. 6-1 Falcons. Hoots coming to bat. Dominic Cusimano will lead things off. Ryan O'Connell back out there. No longer working on a shutout as that's grounded out to second. Or short, rather. Cade Hull fires on the first for the first out. So 6-3 on the ground out. Not the way you want the no-no to be broken up, but nonetheless, a base hit for Tyler Bastunas, and that broke up the no-no. So a 6-3 ground out to Cade Hull. 1 hit, 1 run, 1 error for the Hoots. 6 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Falcons. We ran out of ones on the scoreboard out in right center. There's a lot of ones going on. They got the 1 up there in the hit in the error column for the Falcons. As that's chopped up the middle. Martin, good speed. They're going to have to hurry, and they're not going to get him. There's a base hit for Evan Martin.
2 infield singles against this guy.
Not much doing against Mr. O'Connell this evening. There is some action down there in the bullpen. That's hit down the left field line and a fair ball. And that'll hop over that short wall off the bullpen mound. So the two SIU Salukis get on with one out. The base hit by Martin and the double by Nick Neville. First base hit of the evening for Nick Neville. So now a couple runners in scoring position. Hoots threatening here in the bottom half. And a swing and a miss, a first pitch breaking ball from O'Connell. First jam he's really found himself in.
Get these 2 runs in now. Let's go.
First time he's dealt with runners in scoring position. Actually, second time. My apologies. Obviously, there had to be runners in scoring position. What am I thinking?
You weren't.
Exactly. It happens.
Fish.
We won't explain what that means on air. As Keck, a check swing. Family program, Will.
It says we're not made for kids.
I'm sure we still have some children watching.
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
1-2 count to Andrew Keck. A swing and a miss. Big strikeout there for O'Connell. Now 2 away for Chase Krogman.
Come on, 2 out hits.
And now Chase Krogman, another first pitch breaking ball, and O'Connell gets it past him. O'Connell worked 5 innings his last time out, working into the 6th, gradually working more and more as the summer goes on. He's got 2 outs here in the 6th, looking to work 6 complete. And he's 1 strike away as he gets Krogman to swing and miss. One strike away from straining a couple of runners and working 6 spectacular innings. Just 3 hits. And that's roped down the first base line and foul. Just 1 free pass.
2 hits coming on the infield.
2 infield hits, a double that just snuck inside the foul line. Five strikeouts for O'Connell, just the 1 walk, couple of infield hits and a double. That has been it. The 0-2, right back at him. And O'Connell flips on to first. He's worked 6 stellar innings here this evening. Well done, Ryan O'Connell. We head to the top of the 7th. Falcons will look to add on. They lead 6-1. A reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics, all that since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facilities on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can call Interco Recycling 1-877-258-3601. That's the number to dial. Or you can head on over to itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since when?
1996.
You know it.
to be there.
To the top of the 7th we go. Alex Hoff will lead things off for the Falcons. They already lead at 6-1. Juan Griffin has worked 2 solid innings out of the bullpen, 2 scoreless innings. For the Hoots, he's back out there for the 7th. And he gets a foul tip on the first pitch from Alex Hoff. Hoff singled and scored back in the 3rd. That's sandwiched between a couple of strikeouts. Juan Griffin came in with the Hoots trailing 6-0. He's worked 2 shutout innings so far. And a 1-1 count here to Alex Hoff, the Maryville Saint, coming into this game. Mr. Hoff. 8 for 34 with that 1 home run. 4 runs driven in, 5 runs scored for Mr. Hoff. Make that 6 now after he scored this evening. He scored the second to last run for the Falcons as he skies that one into medium deep center field. That's sending Krogman back. That's carrying well, and that drifted a longer way than I thought off the bat.
Look at that route he took.
An interesting route. Krogman surely didn't take the path of least resistance to get to that baseball. Not the greatest route efficiency metric you'll ever see, but an out is an out.
Hey, but a lot of times they preach that to guys. You don't want to take the path of least resistance because, you know, it can build perseverance and things like that.
Not sure that's what was going through Krogman's mind on
Definitely
that fly ball.
not. A little wind, a little losing it maybe.
Maybe carrying a little farther than he thought. It definitely carried farther than I
showing
thought.
off his range, too. The ball was like tailing, too.
Mm-hmm. Off a right-handed bat, that's going to tail towards right center. And here's a guy who cranked one over Krogman's head in the center field for a home run back in the 3rd. Michael Long, he's got 4 runs driven in this evening. 2 on a base hit, 2 on that 2-run homer. And he's accounted for 2/3 of the Falcons' runs so far.
And was it on the Kylan Cunningham homer? You talked about NASA on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, somebody was talking about NASA on Twitter for Mr. Long's home run when he belted it to dead center field. It was Middletown Dreams retweeted it and said, NASA tracking at Mules Baseball, where he plays. He did launch that ball, and we'll probably never find that one again.
Now
that one's lost in dead center.
If there were some squirrels or birds out there in the trees, hope they're on high alert. Head on a swivel, as we say.
Yeah.
Head on a swivel down the 3rd base line as well, so that ball's ripped foul.
They got a little souvenir for him, for their little community out there.
Oh. That was, though, if not the longest home run we've seen to center field.
Oh, he cleared that bad boy. I hope it's tough because sometimes we post the home runs and it's hard to see how far they actually go.
Yeah, but if you see, you can see that clock that with the white signage out in the left center, just next to the flagpole. That ball went just left of that clock and landed in the trees beyond that. So that's another, probably, 40, 50 feet beyond that wall, I would say.
Big time.
So at least 400 feet. It's about 365 or so where he hit that baseball to the wall, and another about 40 feet beyond that is those trees. And it landed right at the base of those trees. So nonetheless, sans the talk about distance, a long home run. As the ball gets loose from the Falcons bullpen, an arm getting loose down there. Ryan O'Connell, 6 innings so far. Just the 1 run and 3 hits, 2 infield singles, and a double. And that has been it, and they've all come in the last 2 innings. Juan Griffin trying to work 3 scoreless for the Hoots. Outside corner, Long goes down looking. And
He
Griffin's
shakes his head.
That pitch might have been a little bit outside, probably too close to take.
He disagrees with the call, with the umpire, shakes his head at it. And a lot of times, players frustrated that he just took the pitch and that it was a strike.
Maybe not so
and
much.
then takes out some of that frustration on the umpire a little bit of the time, too.
Maybe not so much disgusted with the umpire as he is with himself, maybe for taking that pitch. Not sure if that was the case there or not, but either way, a strikeout for Juan Griffin. As Hull hits that one into fairly deep left center. Evan Martin reaches out and makes the catch. It's been kind of an adventure out there for Evan Martin in left field, but he puts that one away. We're through 6.5, last chance for the Hoots. They need a touchdown -2. They need 5. We head to the bottom of the 7th. 6-1 Falcons. Colin Bergman will try to get things started. 6-1. Falcons lead it. Ryan O'Connell trying to finish off the complete game. This would be the first complete game victory for a pitcher so far this summer. If O'Connell can complete it. And a swing and a miss by Colin Bergman.
That's right. We had a complete game loss in Josh Hoffman, but they walked it off on him.
So Bergman looks at ball 1. Bergman on the evening so far, he walked and scored the only run of the ball game back in the 5th. Other than that, a strikeout.
So you're talking about they need a touchdown?
Well, they need at least oh, we were talking about this during the break.
A touchdown
yes,
would play for Joe Lincoln.
A touchdown would win it, or 2 field goals would win it.
Hey, they're missing more field goals nowadays in the NFL anyway. So,
or how about how about a field goal and a safety to tie it up? The unconventional way. 5 points the unconventional
whatever
way.
it is, they need a rally. they need a crooked number.
They need not that, a strikeout by Colin Bergman. One away here in the bottom of the 7th. Matt Dunham will be the next to the plate. Tyler Bastunas will follow. So 1 out here in the 7th. First time we've seen a starter work into the 7th inning. And that's chopped in front of the plate. Wade Stouse on the first. And O'Connell's 1 out away from a complete game.
Second baseman, number 4, Tyler Bastunas.
85 pitches for Ryan O'Connell. He's been efficient and effective here this evening. And this game is motoring right along just after 7 o'clock. Six strikeouts, 1 walk, 3 hits, 1 run. As that's inside to Tyler Bastunas, the final hope. He broke up the no-no back in the fifth inning, and that's skied in the shallow center. Troy Bealsmith, a sliding catch, and Ryan O'Connell finishes what he starts. A complete game, 3-hit, 1-run performance by Ryan O'Connell, and the Falcons win for the second straight day. They move to 6-7-1. Hoots fall to 6-6. Ryan O'Connell with a complete game, 3-hit performance, 89 pitches. So he goes under 90 pitches, gets the complete game. First complete game victory of the summer for any pitcher here in the Car Show Collegiate League. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for game 2. It was all Falcons in this one. They win it 6-1. We'll be back for Eagles Cornbelters in about 20 minutes.
Welcome to Car Shield Field. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, and the first and second place teams, top two teams in the league, squaring off in the nightcap. The schedule was changed. The Hoots took on the Falcons at 5:30, and now the Cornbelters and Eagles will face each other in the nightcap. And we call it the nightcap, but we're starting much earlier than the usual nightcap start, Shane, because we blew through that first game. It was a nice pitching performance from Mr. O'Connell going the complete distance.
First complete game victory we've seen so far this summer. Boy, he was motoring right along, mowing right through.
Big time from Ryan O'Connell, the Alabama right-hander. And we'll give you the starting lineup for the Cornbelters. Spencer Nivens leads things off. Tate Matheny to follow, then Jimmy Obertop, Josh Cook, Brett Pearson, Drew Mize, Zach Friedling, Desmond Woods, and Brandon Olean. The starting pitcher for the Cornbelters is Tyson James, and now on the mound is Austin Risch. He's throwing to John Stallcup. At third is Noah Jacobson. Short is Peyton Leeper. Second is Steven Randazzo. And first is Oli Arnson, Justin Eads, Kenny Piper, and Damian Henderson in the outfield. Austin Risch, he was at the University of Evansville, then went to John A. Logan, now at Abilene Christian from Edwardsville High School, a junior in college this past spring, 6'4", 205. Was an all-conference standout at John A. Logan. In 2020, threw 14 2/3 innings for Abilene Christian, surrendered 14 hits and 7 earned runs, had 15 strikeouts and just 5 walks in 14 2/3 innings, and had a 4.3 earned run average. Spencer Nivens into the box, first pitch taken upstairs for ball one. We're underway in the nightcap. We've got a couple games for you tomorrow. All the action for you on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Likewise on Saturday and Sunday as well. We got a jam-packed weekend of baseball. And, of course, the Major League Baseball starting tonight as well. So fun times here. Austin Risch misses on the first couple pitches. Spencer Nivens, as he throws 3 straight balls. Stallcup is going to go and have a word with him. Hey, he just tells him to calm down a little bit. The first 3 pitches, a little off the mark, but something, hey, maybe in the bullpen he was consistently hitting his spots, right? And Stallcup saw something with the mechanics right away. Hey, you're doing this, you're doing that. That piece of information helpful for a pitcher to try to get back in the zone. Likely Forrest Herman, he's really scheduled out what his pitchers do throughout the game. There's already action in the Eagles' bullpen. It seems like Forrest likely will just go an inning for Risch as Nivens walks to start this one.
And we've seen Forrest Herman probably more than, all these managers have a plan of what they want to do, but we've noticed Forrest Herman doesn't like to deviate from that plan too much. If he's going to have a guy throw just 2 innings, doesn't matter if he throws 15 pitches or 50 pitches, he's going to throw 2 innings. So he watches their pitch count as well, how much they're laboring. Pitch count, not so much as the amount of stressful pitches, like runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs, those types of situations. So he watches his hitter, watches his pitchers, and watches what they're doing. But he knows what his pitchers can and can't do, what do they have and haven't been doing.
A double play ball erases the walk to lead off the ball game, 4-6-3, and 2 outs on 1 pitch that's Wayne Killing.
And just like that, you erase the leadoff walk with a double play, and it's almost like that walk never even happened.
Sound familiar? Happened last game. A hit by pitch, first pitch of the game earlier this afternoon by Sieglitz.
Immediately got the double play.
And got the double play right after. That's why we say it erases it.
Basically like it never happened. You're through 2 batters, you've gotten 2 outs.
Now he faces the Michigan catcher, Jimmy Obertop. The delivery up and in. The opposing pitcher is Tyson James tonight for the Cornbelters. He had a pretty impressive outing. last time on the mound, giving the Cornbelters a good chance each time he's taken the mound, but last time was definitely the most impressive we've seen him. Nobody could really touch him. 4 innings with 6 strikeouts. Pitch taken for a strike. 3 balls and a strike to Jimmy Obertop. He just surrendered 1 hit, too. He started the game 9 up, 9 down, I believe. He struck out the side in the first. He just looks really sharp, so interested to see what he brings to the table tonight. Pitched last Friday, now pitching on Thursday, so the arm is rested and ready to go. 3 balls and a strike, the offering. Upstairs, and Obertop reaches on the free pass. That brings up Josh Cook, so a couple walks in this inning, but Tate Matheny grounded into a double play, 2 outs, and a runner on first base. Josh Cook comes to the dish.
And for Risch right now, he just has to get on top of that fastball. Looks like he's releasing it, and the arm path is just making that ball sail on him a little bit. Maybe his elbow might be dropping a little bit, so he just needs to get on top of that fastball, drive down through, almost try to throw it in the dirt if you have to. Maybe throw one in the dirt just to get that feeling of getting down through the baseball so you can get it down in the strike zone just like that.
Right on cue for strike 1. 0-1 the count. One ball, 1 strike, and 2 outs. Josh Cook, the catcher for Joey Hawkins, swings it from the right side.
Maybe to get back in that strike zone, maybe you drop a breaking ball in here or something. Get that arm action going down in the zone.
And he belts this one toward left field. Justin Needs backtracking for it and catches it for the 3rd out. So a couple walks, but a double play and a fly out. Rishes through the first, no score. No score, bottom of the first, and Tyson James takes the mound. For the Cornbelters, here in the bottom of the first inning, Kenny Piper, Peyton Leeper, Noah Jacobson due up for the Eagles. To follow will be Damian Henderson, Ole Arnson, Steven Randazzo, then John Stallcup, Jalen Jones, and Justin Eads to round out the Eagles' order. James' first offering misses low. He's throwing to Cook, the catcher. At third is Pearson. Short Drew Mize. Second is Nivens. First is Obertop. This ball to Mize. Fielded cleanly, thrown across the diamond for the first out. Brandon Olian, Tate Matheny, and Desmond Woods in the outfield behind Tyson James, who had his best start of the year. Last time he took the mound, Shane, 4 innings, 6 strikeouts, just 1 hit, now making his 4th start of the summer.
And one thing we noticed, probably more than any of his first 3 starts, yes, he had his best outing, but he was the most confident we've seen him.
Right back up the middle, a single for Peyton Leeper. He's hitting .344 this summer, continues to produce at the top of the lineup for the first place Eagles.
He's moved around the infield as well. We've seen him at second base, shortstop, third base, and wherever he's been playing in the field, he's contributed.
Noah Jacobson coming to the plate with 1 on and 1 away, working against Tyson James, looking for that pitcher's best friend like we saw last half. For Rish getting the double play. Pitch upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. A swing and a miss by the third baseman, Noah Jacobson. Jacobson 7 for 30 so far this summer. A couple home runs. 10 runs scored, which leads the team hitting .233 on the summer. Started off really hot. He's cooled off just a bit. A ball and a strike. The runner takes off, and it's fouled away. A good jump over there by Peyton Leeper. He gets on base a lot. Leeper, 12 hits in 33 tries now, and 11 of them have been singles, and then he has 1 big fly. Hitting .344 on the summer. A ball, 2 strikes as James comes set against Jacobson. A swing and a miss by James, 2 away.
And look for the Eagles to be aggressive on the base pass. James is a big guy. He has a big leg kick. And this Eagles team has some good speed, especially at the top of the order, so expect them to be aggressive on the base pass. They know they're probably not going to get a lot of base runners, so they need to take extra bases whenever they can.
Runner takes off. The throw down, not in time. That's a stolen base, now in scoring position with 2 outs, Peyton Leeper. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. As the cleanup hitter, Damian Henderson comes to the box, hitting .412 this summer. He fouls that one back, 1 ball, 1 strike. Henderson 7 for 17 with 2 home runs. Some big-time pop, a .583 on-base percentage. An OPS way over 1,000. Just 17 at-bats, but 7 hits, as we mentioned. And watch out, that ball is rifled toward the normal dugout. We call it normal, but no affiliation. That's just what it says on the front of their jersey. They actually got the Colonel Collegiate League going up in normal as well. Kind of like the Car Shield Collegiate League as well. But the Cornbelters dugout has to watch out after that ball. This one gets past the catcher Cook after the fastball spiked. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Damian Henderson's in the box.
That pitch, as a catcher, almost impossible to block when a pitcher spikes a fastball like that. You're not expecting a fastball to be in the dirt. You can't react fast enough to get down and block it. That's why you see a lot of catchers, say like Yadier Molina, just try to pick it, because if you go down and try to block it, it's going to ricochet a lot harder than a breaking ball would. Just because it's going so much harder, it can take some weird bounces. That's why you see a lot of catchers just try to pick fastballs in the dirt, because it really doesn't do you much good to try to block it, because it can bounce away farther than it would if you just try to pick it or it goes back to the backstop.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on third. The pitch. It's grounded to the right side. Nivens tosses it over to Obertop at first, and James strands a runner at third base. We're through 1, no score. Pearson, Mize, and Freeling. But just a reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. You can call 1-877-258-3601 or go to the web, www.itcscrap.com, as the first pitch to Pearson, taken for a strike. And Shane, they got a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. This is the next offering from Acton. So, you know, if your company has large amounts of those scrap metals, I know a lot of people may, they can go to Interco Recycling and they can get fixed up right there. It's itcscrap.com. Once again, Acton's pitch to Pearson, called for a strike, so Rish goes 1 inning. Walks a couple batters, but gets the double play and a fly out. Works a clean frame, and Eli Acton now pitching in the top of the 2nd inning. And he's done pretty well so far this summer, Shane. No runs allowed in 6 innings. This is his 3rd appearance. He struck out a lot of hitters, excuse me there. And as that ball's fouled to the left side by Brett Pearson. But he's done a good job of getting hitters off balance, it feels like, Shane, with his breaking ball early in the count. A lot of times he can get ahead with that, and that's why he's thrown 6 innings and got 7 strikeouts to just 1 walk. Make that 8 as he walks around the diamond. 8 Ks to just 1 walk so far this summer. Pearson caught looking. Pearson, a guy, is a tough foul. He's been swinging the bat really well lately, but retired there looking brings up Drew Mize.
Acton has that big overhand 12-6 breaking ball that he likes to go to. Doesn't just throw it in 2 strike counts either. He'll get ahead with it as well.
So Eli Acton, the call to the bullpen by Forrest Herman. He goes with his starter for 1 inning. Makes a call to the bullpen for the right-hander. Maybe we see a little bullpen game. They call those games the Johnny Hole staff, where every couple innings you throw them everything but the kitchen sink. You go a guy an inning, kind of nibble at it, use a handful of pitchers. But I believe Forrest Herman likes starting certain guys just so they can face the best hitters on the other team as well. What he did with the Abilene Christian hurler Austin Risch as that pitch is taken upstairs. 3 balls and a strike.
And often you'll see that with big league team as well. A lot of times you might not have your best pitcher might be a reliever. So if you start him and he faces the top of the order, that's one less time a starter has to face him. Sometimes you'll see those big league teams start a reliever for an inning or two and then go to a starter out of the bullpen just so you can have your best pitcher facing the other team's best hitters.
Saw the Rays do that, the opener.
Quite a bit.
And the opener was pretty successful. Wonder how that maybe goes into factor in a 60-game season. Wonder what teams will utilize in the major leagues this season as Mize reaches base, 1 on and 1 away. Acton now goes to the stretch, facing Zach Freeling, the right-handed hitting infielder. Takes that pitch for a strike against Acton. Freeling, a Billiken infielder. The designated hitter tonight. Hitting .227 on the summer. Playing in his 10th game this summer. He's 5 for 22. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out the pitch. Taken upstairs, so Freeling will reach base and runners on first and second.
And Acton's catcher Stallcup probably telling the same thing he told Risch to say, get that ball down, get on top of your fastball, get some mechanics working. Don't let this inning get away from you. You're still in a scoreless ball game. Couple of walks won't hurt you as long as you don't let him come around to score.
We haven't seen that out of Acton. We mentioned he has 8 strikeouts to just 1 walk this summer.
He's telling him, look, kid, you got good stuff. You've dominated in this league so far. Just do what you've been doing. Go out there and dominate.
Runner on first, runner on second. Desmond Woods at the plate takes that pitch for a strike. Nothing in 1 the count with 1 out and 2 on. In the top of the second inning, no score. Cornbelters looking to execute against the reliever Eli Acton after Forrest Herman went with 1 inning with his starter. Used him as the opener, Austin Risch. Desmond Woods' check swing said he didn't go around as they appealed to the umpire in the infield. Acton working with Stallcup. Mize has speed at second. He'll score on anything to the outfield. Pitch taken for a strike on the black. Perfectly placed fastball right there by Acton to get ahead on Desmond Woods. A ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out.
And that's a big confidence booster right there. When you can paint a pitch on 1-1, that tells you my command's there. It just hasn't been there the last few pitches, but it's still there. You could still fire in a good pitch and get back ahead of the count. And it makes life so much easier as a pitcher when you're working that 1-1, those pivot pitches, those pitches where the count is even, can really turn in that bat one direction or another.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 on. The pitch. Taken for strike 3. Caught him looking. Now the 9th place hitter in the lineup, Brandon Olean, will come up. 2 on, 2 away, and that's a big strikeout right there by Desmond Woods. Getting Desmond Woods looking. gives confidence to Ekton, who's shown he's had strikeout stuff all summer long. A couple walks, yeah, you might get in a pickle, but a talk with the catcher, John Stalkup, and it seems like he's back to it. Brandon Olmian has other ideas, though. He's ahead in the count, 1-0 with 2 outs, and runners on first and second. A swing and a miss, a ball and a strike with 2 outs here. Ekton searching for that final out here in his first inning of relief. A beautiful night for baseball. Perfect weather here at beautiful CarShield Field. Just a picture perfect setting. Just a few clouds in left center field. The lights beginning to be turned on now at CarShield Field. The 2-1 offering missed upstairs. Now 3 balls and a strike against Brandon Olmian. The 3-1 offering missed upstairs. 3 walks load the bases for the top of the lineup, Spencer Nivens. Here we go, bases loaded, 2 outs, and Forrest Herman's going to make a slow trek to the mound to talk to Ekton and Spencer Nivens. Oh, what an opportunity he has right here.
Chance for a 2-out RBI. If Nivens can come through here, this is probably the biggest at-bat of the ball game so far. It's still early, but if the Eagles can get out of this, if Ekton can work himself out of this mess, he put himself in this mess. So if he can work himself out of it, can maybe give him a little bit of a confidence boost and give the Eagles a jolt as they head to the offensive side of the ball. But if the Cornbelters can come through, that just starts the train moving. And when you're at the top of the order like this, hits breed hits. And when you can come through here, maybe Tate Matheny comes through, Jimmy Obertop, so you never know. Just keep the line moving.
A Cornbelter on first, a Cornbelter on second, a Cornbelter on third with 2 outs in the top of the second inning for the top of the order, Spencer Nivens. A swing and a miss here in a tied ball game. Nivens with a chance to break things open, trying to do it. He'll need a little clutch factor with 2 outs. Trying to come through for the Cornbelters. Ekton trying to strand the bases loaded. Primetime matchup, and this swings to Ekton's favor. 0-2 the count with 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch. Missed low. Nivens lays off. A ball, 2 strikes. A big at-bat. We look back on a lot of these at-bats throughout the ball game and say, man, this was the chance the Cornbelters had. You always look at that LOB statistic a lot of the times and how many runners they left on base. Well, they leave 3 on base in the top of the 3rd inning. Ekton strands the bases loaded. He gets 3 strikeouts and 3 walks in the inning, and the side is retired. Tyson James, first pitch, taken for a strike against Ole Arnson. Steven Randazzo, John Stallcup due up for the Eagles here in the bottom of the second inning. No score. James worked a clean top of the first. A leadoff single for Ole Arnson here in the bottom of the second inning for the Eagles.
And Ecton got out of that bases loaded jam, and now Arnson gets things started in the second with a base hit. It's crazy how the momentum can shift in a baseball game. When you strand the bases loaded, it gives your offense more confidence. Hey, we still got a chance to move ahead here. We can get the first run, and it can really set the Cornbelters back if they allow this inning to get away from them. But Tyson James can erase all that if he can roll another double play.
So the right-hander trying to work around a leadoff single by Ole Arnson. Steven Randazzo, the Drury Panther, in the box. 0-1 the count as James comes set against Randazzo. The pitch. Good breaking ball from James. 0-2 the count. And man, if he can get that breaking ball consistently for a strike, I think he'd be virtually unhittable. Because a couple times guys will spit on his breaking ball, but they still have no chance on his fastball. But man, that secondary pitch comes along. This right-hander has a bright future. He already does, no matter what. Taking his talents to the Big Ten, going to be a Hawkeye at Iowa. That's where he's taken his talents, a commitment, by way of Webster Groves High School. And speaking of that high school, a little matchup right here. John Stallcup, a former statesman, alongside Tyson James. These two played together, know each other well. And Stallcup, his first pitch swinging, gets a knock against his former teammate Tyson James, and runners on first and second.
It's so cool when we see these matchups of guys that were former teammates in high school, teammates in college. It's just fun to see those types of matchups. You know those guys on the field absolutely love facing their former teammate, and it amps up the competition even more. You want to beat your teammates so bad. Not that they don't want to beat everybody else, but you want to get your teammate, if you're a pitcher, you want to try your best to get him out. And if you're Stallcup, you want to get a hit so bad against your former teammate.
Stallcup's a catcher, too. He knows what Tyson James throws. He's caught him all the time, and he was just first pitch swinging. He knew he was probably going to get a fastball inside, and catcher, he knew the velocity that James has. He wasn't surprised like that, like we've seen a lot of guys be in this league. But runners on first and second. Good piece of hitting from John Stallcup. He's just been a good hitter so far this summer. His 6th hit of the summer, all singles. Runners on first and second. With one out against James. The fastball missed high. 2 balls, no strikes, the count with 1 out. James looks a little bit at Arnson. The pitch is taken for a strike. Jalen Jones, the designated hitter. Justin Eads on deck. 2 balls and a strike with 1 out. Runners on first and second. In the bottom of the second inning, no score. Eagles and the Belters battling it out. The battle for first place. The league's top 2 teams in the table right now, the Cornbelters and the Eagles. Squaring off, and you got Tyson James on the mound, trying to work around a couple runners on base. To Jalen Jones, the pitch. The breaking ball missed up and in. The count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Here in the bottom of the second inning. The pitch. Jones stays alive by fouling it back. James went to the fastball. And a lot of times on 3-2 counts, you see pitchers go to fastballs. Sometimes you see the breaking ball, but when a pitcher walks a guy on a breaking ball on a 3-2 count, it's sometimes a head scratcher, and obviously the fastball is James' best pitch, likely for him to go to it here again. He does, and it's low for ball 4. So Justin Eads with a big-time shot. Bases juiced, 1 out. Can he do a job? That's all he has to do. Don't ground into a double play, don't strike out, and likely a run for sure comes across Shane. A time to do a job. The corners a little in, the middle infield at double play depth. The outfield playing Eads straight away. And he's here with the bases juiced. Just 1 out, no score. The Eagles have 3 hits off Tyson James so far. We only saw James surrender 1 hit in 4 innings last time as Eads grounds this one away. Joey Hawkins catches that one as it grounds to the Cornbelter dugout. But bases loaded shot here for the Eagles in the bottom of the 2nd. The 1-1 pitch from James awaits. A swing and a miss, but the ball gets behind the catcher. Cook, a play at the plate. And James goes down for the tag of Arnson, but a run scores. James hit the deck to try to ensure that he would get Arnson, but Arnson was booking it. As soon as the ball got past the catcher Cook, he scores.
And when you're on third base with 2 outs and there's a pass ball, or 1 out even, if there's a pass ball, you cannot hesitate. If you're caught in between, that's just bad news. You either have to decide right away, I'm going to stay. I didn't get a good jump, or if you don't get a good jump, then just stay. But if you get a good jump, you can't hesitate. You got to go.
Eads stays alive with another foul ball. Eads headed back to Quincy University for his 5th year. He swings and misses on the James fastball. Two outs with runners on 2nd and 3rd. That brings up Kenny Piper. Kenny Piper hitting .308 this summer, grounded out to the shortstop to start off. The 1st inning. Piper playing center field today. Mentioned hitting .308 with 2 outs, 1 run already across. A check swing, and he does go around. Against Tyson James, the right-hander. That ball is fouled back, the fastball. 0-2 the count against Kenny Piper. With a couple runners in scoring position and 2 outs. That ball's hit well to right field. 2 runs will score. And Kenny Piper has himself a 2 RBI single as the Eagles extend their lead 3-0.
And what do you know? Ecton gets out of that bases loaded jam. The Eagles come to bat, and they rally for 3 runs. Could be a turning point in that ball game. We talked about it, straining the bases loaded. It's crazy how the tables can turn in ball games, even in the early innings.
So here in the bottom of the 2nd, a crooked number put up by the Eagles. A swing and a miss by Peyton Leeper, who's hitting .344 this summer.
He's been doing it all for the Eagles, hitting from both sides of the plate, playing multiple infield positions at a high level. He's been a mainstay for Forrest Herman this summer.
Has to be. He's been very effective. A swing and a miss right there as James surrendered 3 runs in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Making his 4th start this summer. James comes set, the 0-2 pitch. They call it a foul ball. It looked like it could have hit off the knob, Shane, of the bat. It's still a foul ball or anywhere close to the hands, but nonetheless, it fouls back at a weird angle, and it will still be 0-2.
And we saw a few days ago, I believe it was Damian Henderson, was it not, that took a ball that looked like maybe off the knob, but he sold it and reached base on a hit by pitch.
So 0-2 the count. The runner takes off, and Leaper fouls the ball away. Oh, 0-2 count, 2 outs. Peyton Leaper in the box. He's 1 for 1 already. Had a hit off James in the first. Here in the bottom of the second, the Eagles already with 3 runs. 4 hits off James tonight. The pitch. Missed low. James searching for this 3rd out here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Working against the 2nd place hitter in Forrest Herman's lineup, Tyson James. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner takes off. Outside, throw down, not in time. Stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. Thanks to the O'Fallon Family YMCA for sponsoring stolen bases all summer long. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second in the bottom of the 2nd. 2s are wild. 3-0 ball game. Eagles looking for more. Leaper walks. At least he thinks he does. We said the deuces were wild, right?
Yeah,
Leaper didn't believe that, though, as he thought it was 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now it is 3 balls and 2 strikes. So I guess the deuces worked out as he gets the at-bat. A little longer, hitting against Tyson James. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, the pitch. Ring him up. So he thought that he had the walk, but he gets the strikeout. A couple taps of the glove through 2, 3-0. Eagles on top. Shane Holsey will talk to you through the middle innings about this matchup. 3-0 Eagles.
Reminder, this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics, all that, since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. Or you can head to the web and type in itcscrap.com. Just open a new tab. Head on over to itcscrap.com, and they'll handle all your recycling needs. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Tate Matheny will lead things off here in the 3rd inning. Thank you for joining us here on Cars Shield Collegiate League TV. A 3-0 Eagles lead. They tallied 3 runs in the bottom half of the 2nd. Eli Ekton back out for his 2nd inning of work. Worked a scoreless 2nd inning, stranding the bases loaded. Tate Matheny leads things off. Jimmy Overtop, Josh Cook to follow. 2-3-4 for the Cornbelters here on Cars Shield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly, Charlie Borna bringing the action all summer long, and Tate Matheny touch 'em all Long gone way out of here.
Holy
A solo
smokes.
homer for Tate Matheny. Absolutely crushes that baseball over the bleachers in left field.
He knew it right when he hit it. Everyone in the stands had a little double take. They said, what happened? He cleared the bleachers by a mile. I mean, that's landing over there by those houses, Shane. That is a bomb right there. Get out the measuring tape for that one. That's,
You're going to need a long one.
wow. That's impressive.
You're going to need a long measuring tape to measure the distance on that one.
I mean, folks, that's the power of a fourth-round draft pick. Big time for Tate Matheny.
Team high 4th home run for Tate Matheny. Make that 11 home runs for the Cornbelters so far this summer. 4 of them coming off the bat of Tate Matheny. My gracious, he crushed that baseball. 1-0 to Jimmy Obertop. Outside corner. Make that 1-2. Tate Matheny, it was a bit of a slow start the first few games, trying to get things felt out as Obertop cranks that one to right center. Do we have back-to-back? You betcha. Back-to-back to start the 3rd inning for the Cornbelters. And Jimmy Obertop cuts the deficit to 3-2.
Both Westminster grads getting it done. You had Tate Matheny, then Obertop, and you mentioned how much talent Obertop has and how Tate's brother came up with Obertop. Now they're getting to play together and kind of being a mentor to him as well, to a lot of these kids on this team. And, man, have they found their swing. Right back in this ball game, too, now.
Just like that, 2 swings of the bat, back-to-back homers. And no doubt about either one. And now Josh Cook, a tough 2 acts to follow. He'll try to keep things rolling against Eli Ecton. So Ecton worked out of a bases-loaded jam, and the Cornbelters said, hey, we're going to get a couple of runs. You just wait and see. And on 2 swings of the bat, back-to-back homers. Check swing there by Cook for strike 2. 1 to left, 1 to right center. And the 2 Westminster grads have the Cornbelters right back in this ball game. Two and 2 count to Josh Cook, who flew out to left field to end the 1st inning. 3rd home run of the summer for Obertop. And that breaking ball gets away from Ecton. For ball 3, 3-2 to Cook. No action in the Eagles bullpen. Full count delivery coming to Josh Cook. And that's hit in the shallow right. That's going to fall in front of Damian Henderson. 3 straight hits to begin the inning for the Cornbelters.
The tying run on base now. Acton working in his 2nd inning of relief. They're starting to get to him now. A couple of nice swings, and now 3 straight hits, as you mentioned, 2 of them being home runs by Matheny and Obertop.
And now Brett Pearson as he looks at ball 1 in the dirt. Pearson struck out leading off the 2nd inning. His first time at the plate. He was a part of that crazy walk-off we saw yesterday. Pearson hit a ball off the right center field wall, caromed away from Seth Halverson, the center fielder for the Cavemen. And Halverson let it eat and launched it over 3rd base. And Pearson, who was headed into 3rd base, would have been safe anyway. And then on the throw that went into the stands, Pearson came across to score the winning run of the game in the 7th inning. Three balls, no strikes to Pearson. And 4 straight balls, 4 straight have reached for the Cornbelters. Now the tying run in scoring position.
Herman going to go out there and try to calm him down.
Forrest Herman will have a chat with his right-hander, so Ekton was greeted with a couple of no-doubt home runs, as now some action down there in the Eagles bullpen. A left-hander getting loose down there. 4 straight base runners, 2 homers, a base hit, and now a walk. And the Eagles still, or the Cornbelters rather, still threatening here in the third. An absolute mammoth home run by Tate Matheny. And then a line drive shot over the right center field wall by Jimmy Obertop. Moves the score to 3-2. Drew Mize in the box now with runners on first and second. Nobody out. Josh Cook out at second base. Pearson at first. Cook a base hit. Pearson a walk. Eli Ekton trying to work out of another jam. Already surrendered a couple of home runs this inning. And trying to keep the Cornbelters at bay and keep this Eagles lead. Cornbelters trying to storm back and take the lead. A base hit would likely tie it. That's sprayed foul off to the right, now to play. Drew Mize walked his first time at the plate and was stranded at third base in the second. 1-2 count here to Mize. And the Lindenwood Lion awaits the 1-2. Strike 3. Oh, my word. On the outside corner, Drew Mize can't believe it. And frankly, neither can we.
Sometimes that's how it goes. You get a call you don't agree with, or a strike that's not in the strike zone. But, hey, umpire, it's
only opinion that matters is that guy standing behind home plate.
Growing up playing baseball, they'd say, you get to learn the game and like how to play, how to run the bases. Coach asked me, so where's the strike zone? And they teach, what is it about the letters to the knees about? Everyone's giving their answers. And I say, wherever the umpire calls it. Because, hey, sometimes it's not going to be in that area that is indeed the strike zone.
And there's a set rule. It's supposed to be letters to the knees, but it's really not. I mean, every umpire has his own strike zone. And really, as long as an umpire is consistent, you can have a big zone, a tight zone, a high zone, a low zone. You can favor the outside corner, inside corner. But if you, as long as you're consistent, that's all you can really ask for.
And I think they're going to favor the pitchers more in this league. It seems like. But that one had us question a little bit. And I have to be honest, like, the umpires have been great so far this summer. And you think about them coming out here, and they haven't umpired games in a long time either. And, it's a new transition for them as well as, the long layoff of competition. So, you cut everyone slack. And to see the game from an umpire's perspective, I mean, you really have to realize that it's a tough, difficult job to do.
It's a very thankless job too. We don't give them praise enough when they make a good call. Umpire makes a close call on a play. Oh, they made a good call.
You only hear
That's what you expect.
Right.
You only hear about them when they mess up, which is unfortunate because these umpires at any level, it is a hard job. Anyone who's ever umpired in summer baseball or Little League baseball or high school, college, professional, whatever it is, they know just how hard it is. And especially at this level, the professional level, these umpires are the cream of the crop. As good as these players are, that's how good these umpires are.
They're legit umpires that they're here consistently every single game, putting it out, and they're putting out great effort.
That's hit in the right center, and a diving catch by Kenny Piper. Are you kidding me? A Superman dive in right center, Kenny Piper. Oh my goodness gracious. Da-da-da, da-da-da. And we head to the bottom of the third, Kenny Piper. Oh my goodness. We'll catch our breath. We'll be back with you in the bottom of the third. Holy cow. Noah Jacobson leads things off, and boy, Kenny Piper sent us into the bottom of the third with a headlong Superman dive, potentially saving a couple of runs. Oh, goodness.
That's the best play I've seen all summer by far.
At least in the outfield, for sure.
That's the best play I've seen.
Tops the list.
All summer long. That's probably the best thing I've seen on the field. That was amazing.
And that's out to short, and Drew Mize a dive, but that gets into left field. Base hit for Noah Jacobson. And he's going to try for two as that ball gets all the way to the wall. And Noah J with a base hit. He's on second base. And the infielder out of Potosi High School gets things started for the Eagles here in the bottom of the third. My word. Still can't get over that catch. That was unbelievable.
That's got to be a no.
Oh.
That was the best catch I've seen all year.
Oh, that's little to no doubt about that statement.
Zero.
That, I mean, he had to go a long way, too. It's not like it was a low-line drive it was just a reactionary thing. He had to cover a lot of ground.
And you see Eli Acton, the pitcher, tipping his cap, literally taking his hat off and saying, "Thank you, sir."
Thank you. And that preserved the Eagles' lead as well. They still lead at 3-2. The ball game's at least tied, unless that ball hops over the wall, and probably another run's going to score. So the game possibly turning on that one play, especially if the Eagles can rally the troops here in the bottom of the third and extend this lead.
It feels good as a pitcher when your defense can pick you up like that. That's pretty cool. They're kind of shading Henderson to pull, just a couple steps to pull, except the shortstop Mize, who's obviously a little closer to second with the runner on second.
There's a good pitch by James on the outside corner. He paints a fastball, and Henderson goes down looking. Big pitch there from the big right-hander. Ole Arntzen getting some cheers from the faithful here at CarShield Field as he steps into the box with a runner on second base and one away. And that's sprayed foul out of play. First pitch swing is Arntzen. Singled and scored in the second. Five for 26 coming into play with a couple of homers, 8 driven in. Now 7 runs scored, and now 6 for 27. And that pitch gets away from Cook, and Jacobson will head over to third. And now a real RBI chance here for Arntzen.
He's just going to try to do a job now. We've talked about it. Get him in. That's his task.
So now a runner on third base. Jacobson advances. There's some action in the Cornbelters bullpen. Rob Parks getting loose down there in case Tyson James can't work out of this. That's blocked nicely by Cook. We've seen James spike the fastball quite a bit tonight. Very uncharacteristic. Usually has great command with that fastball. Just has not had his best stuff here this evening. He's shown flashes at times, but all in all, far from his best outing so far.
Yeah, you're right, Shane. His stuff looks a little flatter than it has in prior outings, but that's okay because you're not going to have your best stuff every night, but still compete, still battle. I think you could tell that he got ahead of almost every hitter the other night, and if he gets 2 strikes on a guy, he's going to put him away. It's just getting to that point and filling up the strike zone with his good stuff, and he's been a little flatter tonight, but he showed obviously the low 90s fastball, just because the consistency hasn't been there as much from the right-hander.
2-2 count here to Arntzen, and he ropes that one into left center, and that's going to get down. An RBI base hit for Arntzen. He's 2 for 2, and he drives in the 4th run of the game for the Eagles as Jacobson scores.
Hey, he's facing a tough lineup. The first place team, they've been putting together good at-bats against him. Some teams, you throw them a mistake, they'll still roll over. You throw a lot of these Eagles hitters mistakes, and they're
going to make you pay.
Yep, exactly.
Especially the middle of this order with Leeper, Jacobson, Henderson, Arntzen. It just keeps going on and on and on. Steven Randazzo, after the base hit by Arntzen, looks at a strike. So Tyson James trying to roll the double play and get out of it. Steven Randazzo will have to work in an 0-2 count. Randazzo 5 for 22 coming into play. Struck out swinging his first time at the plate. One of those hits went for extra bases. He's driven in a couple of runs, scored 5, and he's walked 7 times, getting on base about 43% of the time. We haven't quite seen the power out of Randazzo that we might have expected, but nonetheless, a chance to come through here. One, two coming here from Tyson James, looking for the strikeout of the double play. Not going to get either just yet as Randazzo breaks his bat. And we can tell when a bat makes that loud cracking sound. It's not the sound you typically hear when it comes off the bat. That's how both we and probably you can tell early when that bat's broken. And as a hitter, you can feel that. Even the slightest little break, you can feel it and hear it.
Yeah, you guys at home probably can hear it too. But just that lumber, that shattering of the lumber, we've seen it many times. Saw Matt Westfall come up today when we were working on the pregame notes and everything, and he was looking for a piece of lumber. He's already cracked like 3 pieces of lumber, he said, this summer, and seeing where they can provide some more.
That's what's unfortunate about a lot of these guys like something different, like using the wood bat. But it's kind of unfortunate because a metal bat doesn't break. They do break, but it takes a lot to break a metal bat. You can use the same metal bat for years and years and years, but 2-2 count here to Randazzo. Working a nice at bat against James. Fighting here in the count, and that pitch gets away. Arnson takes off for second. Heads up, base running by Arnson. Arnson, not the fleetest of foot, but he runs very well for his size. And he got a great jump as Cook mishandled that breaking ball. And Arnson advances to scoring position and erases the possibility of a double play. Randazzo's worked it from 0-2 to full. The 3-2 coming from James. Upstairs. And a fantastic at-bat there for Randazzo when he reaches on the walk. And Joey Hawkins will head out to the mound. No move to the pen just yet. Looks like it's just going to be a chat with Mr. James. So runners on first and second, a base hit, RBI for Arnson. Brought in the 4th run of the game for the Eagles, and they're still threatening here with 1 out. So although Arnson advances to second base, the walk by James at the very least sets up the possibility of a double play. A nice at bat by Randazzo, worked the count from 0-2 back to full and worked a walk. And Tyson James obviously frustrated he couldn't put him away. And a long at bat, Hawkins just giving him a break. It's been a long inning. Just giving Arnson, James rather, a little reassurance. And all he's got to do is roll a ground ball. The Cornbelters only down 2, but this feels like a pivotal moment in this ball game. If the Eagles can add on, they can start to put this game away. A Stallcup laces that one to left field, absolutely smoked it. And Olean almost doubles up Arnson at second base. Boy, that ball was shattered. A couple of times Stallcup has squared up James.
Former teammate, knows him well. Puts together a couple good at-bats, a single and then a smoke show to left field.
Swinging on the first pitch both times.
He doesn't want to see much more
Well,
because if you fall behind against this guy, it's tough. So they're aggressive tonight, these Eagles are. A lot of fastballs, and they're hitting it well.
And James, the breaking ball command really hasn't been all that great. And when the breaking ball command isn't great, that as a hitter, you can almost eliminate that pitch and just sit on heater. And that gives you that much more of an opportunity against a guy that throws as hard as James does.
Yeah, a lot of them are sitting on the fastball. He's thrown a couple good changeups tonight, a couple good breaking balls, but that secondary stuff is where he's going to take his game to where he's basically unhittable. And his velocity is only going up. Look how big he is. I mean, he's going to get up above 95. His frame as a rising freshman, ton of potential.
He's already proven himself to be one of the top pitching talents in the area. But he can, like you said, he can only get better. He's only headed into his freshman year of college. He's still got a ton of time to try to hone his craft. And that's chopped up the middle. And Spencer Nivens will step on the bag for the 3rd out. James gets out of it. The Eagles do get a run on the base hit by Arnson. We head to the 5th, or the 4th rather. 4-2 Eagles through 3. Reminder this inning, as always, brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics, all that since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company needs some batteries, electronics, scrap metals, if you need any of that to recycle, Interco can handle it for you. Just call 1-877-258-3601 or open a new tab and head to itcscrap.com. They can handle all your recycling needs. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. So Brandon Olean will lead things off. 9-1-2. Olean, Nivens, and Matheny. The lone Cornbelters home runs coming on back-to-back home runs in the third inning by Tate Matheny and Jimmy Obertop. And Olean swings through that one for strike two. And that's popped into foul territory. Jacobson's going to give it a look, but it's going to go out of play. Olean walked his first time up, so no official at bat for him tonight just yet. The Umsel outfielder wears number 5 for the Tritons, a prominent member in their outfield, a staple in their starting lineup. Wears number 17 for the Cornbelters. The 0-2 from Ecton. Fouled away. We'll try it again. Olean trying to get on for the top of the order. Spencer Nivens will follow, and then Tate Matheny, who launched a solo home run last inning. All the Cornbelters hits came in a row. A couple of home runs by Matheny and Obertop, and then a single by Josh Cook. All that coming in the third inning. And that's chopped right back to Ecton. He'll underhand over to first, and Olean beats it out. Ecton kicking himself after that play, so give Olean an infield single. Olean hustling all the way down the line. Give credit to Olean. He didn't give up on that play. Sometimes you'll see hitters, when they chop it back to the pitcher, just put their head down and jog down the first base line, but Olean not so much. He picks up an infield single. So now Spencer Nivens, the top of the order with a runner on base, and a good breaking ball there from Ecton. The big 12-6 curveball. Spencer Nivens 0 for 1 in the evening. Walked to lead off the first inning and then struck out swinging for the final out of the second. He hits here for the third time here in the fourth inning. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Cornbelters. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Eagles. This game started right around 7:45 Central Time as Nivens sprays that one down the left field line. A nice running catch by Justin Eads in left field. Nivens struck it well, but Justin Eads tracked it down. For as big of a guy as Eads is, he moves well in the outfield, gets good jumps on those balls, and tracked that one down for the first out and saved extra bases. So Nivens now 0 for 2. And that brings in Tate Matheny. And we're going to have a new arm for the Eagles. We'll tell you about him right after this. Runner on first base, 1 out here in the top of the fourth. New arm for the Eagles. It's the left-hander, Ian McMahon. So far this summer, 4 1/3 for Mr. McMahon. He started a game back on July 11th. Last time we saw him against the Gems on Monday, he struck out the side in order in 1 inning of work. He'll work to Tate Matheny here with 1 away and 1 on. Brandon Olian reached on the infield single, and a fly out to left off the bat of Spencer Nivens. Matheny hit into a double play in the first, led off the third with a home run. And he hits that one to right center, and we have ourselves a tie ball game. Second home run of the day for Tate Matheny. Second time he's gone deep twice in a game. 5 home runs on the summer for Matheny. He went to left his first time, goes to right center this time, and this one ties the game at 4. Boy, how good is Tate Matheny swinging the bat right now. Drives that one the other way, and welcome to the ball game, Ian McMahon. And these two went back-to-back. The last time they came to the plate, Jimmy Obertop homered his last time up. Matheny homers again, and now Obertop. If he can do the same thing, he'll give the Cornbelters the lead.
You think Matheny's found his swing a little bit?
You think? You think?
You talking to him, he said that, initially it was an adjustment just because of some of the velocity he was facing was a lot different than the minor leagues, but some guys he faces are similar, then some guys are much different, so adjusting to that difference is, I think, something he's done quite well. I believe he tied for the league lead in home runs now with a couple tonight. With our buddy Austin Schmidt, who's been tearing it up as well.
5 home runs for Matheny. Second time he's homered twice in a ball game. As Ian McMahon fires in a strike, 2-1 to Obertop. He's reached base both times with a walk and that home run. Swing and a miss there from Obertop for strike 2. Obertop now 5 of his 9 hits going for extra bases, 3 of them leaving the ballpark. Swing and a miss there from Obertop. McMahon comes back to strike him out for the second out of the inning. So a good bounce back at bat there for McMahon, as after the home run and falling behind 2-0, he comes back to get Obertop. And he takes care of a key man there. Now Josh Cook, who singled his last time up. And that's roped into center field. Piper doesn't have to dive for this one. Easy does it out there in center field, so McMahon surrenders the home run. We're all tied up at 4 on the 2-run homer by Tate Matheny. We're halfway done here in the nightcap, all knotted up at 4. New arm for the Cornbelters here in the fourth with now a tie ball game. It's the right-hander out of Effingham, Illinois, Braden Bone. Making his 5th appearance of the summer so far. He's been a reliable arm out of the bullpen for Joey Hawkins. Last time we saw him was on Tuesday against the Gems. Worked a scoreless inning. Trying to work a scoreless inning, keep this ball game tied. Tate Matheny has driven in 3 of the 4 Cornbelters home runs, all of the Cornbelters runs coming on home runs. 2 by Matheny, 1 by Obertop. Matheny a solo shot and a 2-run homer. Obertop of the solo variety. Justin Eads, the bottom of the Eagles order, leads things off against Bone, who has worked to the tune of a 1.31 earned run average in 5 1/3. There's 1 earned run given up for the right-hander out of SIUE. Both he and Rob Parks, who was getting loose earlier, prominent members of SIUE bullpen. 1-2 count here to Eads. Just a bit outside. And there's a ball to Eads. 3-2 now. As Eads looks at ball 4, a leadoff walk. And the Eagles are in business to lead off the bottom of the 4th. And now, for the first time since he made that web gem of a play in right center, Kenny Piper will step into the box. The defensive player of the year we've seen so far, without a doubt, either of our minds. A headlong Superman dive in right center as Piper fouls that one away. And now he'll have a chance to swing the lumber. He's already got a couple of RBIs, and he saved a couple of runs on that catch. 1 for 2 on the evening for Piper, hitting out of the leadoff spot. Eads works the leadoff walk, first time he's been on base. And he's going to take off. The throw down from Cook is way too late. A stolen base for Eads. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for Youth Development, Healthy Living, Social Responsibility, sponsoring stolen bases all summer long. Thank you for their partnership here in this Car Shield Collegiate League season. Kenny Piper up there with a 1-1 count. Braden Bone now with the runner in scoring position. A stolen base erases the possibility of a double play. Piper will try to do a job here and at least move Eads over to third base with less than 2 outs. What can Mr. Piper do? After making that diving catch, he fouls it back. Two and 2 count here to Piper. The 2-2 from Bone. This will at least get the runner over. Piper hustling down the first base line. The flip from Bone is in time.
And Bone's done well so far this summer, Shane. Only thrown 5 1/3, making his 5th appearance. But just 1 earned run, and he was throwing well before the shutdown as well.
6 consecutive scoreless appearances to begin the season. He was on a nice roll for SIU Edwardsville. He's got good strikeout stuff. The control has been an issue for times while he's been at SIUE, but averaging almost 12 Ks per 9 in 3 years at SIUE. He's been a big arm out of their bullpen, trying to be a big arm out of the bullpen here for the Cornbelters as the infield is brought in with 1 away. That's blocked nicely by Cook. 1-1 to Peyton Leeper. Bone trying to strand the go-ahead run at third base. There's a ball low to Leeper. Leaper 1 for 2, singled and stole a base back in the first, struck out in the second. Fouls that one away, so now the count goes even at 2-2. Noah Jacobson on deck. Peyton Leaper trying to come through here with one away. And a runner on third base, Justin Eads. He walked to lead off this inning. Stole a base, and the ground ball moved him over. The 2-2. That gets away from Bone. See if Bone can work around the leadoff walk. A walk would not be the worst spot in the world here. It would give you the possibility of a double play, but Noah Jacobson lurking on deck. And a swing and a miss. There's a big strikeout for out number 2, and now the infield can move back with 2 away. Massive strikeout there for Bone to get the second out. And now Jacobson will have to come through with a base hit to drive in that run, unless, of course, a wild pitch or a balk. Jacobson hit a solid single to left field his last time up and advanced to second as the ball got past Brandon Olean. One for 2 in the evening. He struck out back in the first inning to go along with that single. He scored in that inning as well. On the base hit by Ole Arntzen. Arntzen 2 spots away behind Damian Henderson on deck. Jacobson trying to drive in that go-ahead run. A 2-run homer by Tate Matheny has tied things up. So 1-1 count here, the third game of 3 here today. Bit of a different circumstance here with the Hoots playing the first game of the doubleheader, as they have an early start tomorrow. So I wanted to get them some rest. And the 2-1 to Jacobson is fired in there for strike 2. So now Bone 1 strike away from working out of it. The 2-2. Outside and in the dirt. Blocked nicely there by Cook. He's blocked a couple of balls in the dirt to save Eads from coming home. Full count here to Noah Jacobson. Damian Henderson on deck. Go ahead run at third base. The 3-2 from Bone. Hit into right field. Desmond Woods going back on it near the line and makes the catch. So Bone gets a couple of men to end the inning and strands the potential go-ahead run on third base. We head to the 5th. Cornbelters coming to bat. All tied up at 4 through 4. A reminder, this inning, as always, brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. They recycle non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics. So if your company is in need of recycling any of those items, you can give Interco a call at 1-877-258-3601, or you can head on over to itcscrap.com. You can find them either place, 1-877-258-3601. That's a number to dial. Or you can head to itcscrap.com. itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. The switch hitter Brett Pearson leads things off. 5, 6, and 7 for the Cornbelters. A 2-run homer by Tate Matheny tied the ball game. And Braden Bone stranded the potential go-ahead run on base, on third base. We got the final 2 outs of the 4th inning, with Justin Eads standing just 90 feet away from home plate. And now Ian McMahon, who was greeted with that 2-run homer by Tate Matheny, and then struck out Jimmy Obertop and got Josh Cook to fly out. As Brett Pearson looks at a strike, 2-1. Ian McMahon, John A. Logan coming into the ball game with 1 out in the 4th inning. He's worked 2 1/3. Just that 1-run charge to him. As Brandon Olean singled to lead off the 4th, so 3 1/3. Worked in total by Risch and Ekton. And that pitch is right down the middle for strike 2, 3-2 on Pearson. Pearson walked the last time he was at the plate back in the 3rd. And he goes down swinging second time. Pearson has gone down on strikes, second strikeout for McMahon. So since the homer, McMahon has retired 3 straight. And now Drew Mize. Mize 0 for 1 on the evening. Has walked and struck out. He was stranded on third base when the Cornbelters stranded the bases loaded back in the 2nd inning. All the runs for the Cornbelters coming on 3 home runs, 2 by Tate Matheny, 1 by Jimmy Obertop.
Make it count.
Each will at least get 1 more chance at the plate this evening. Oh, 0-2 count here to Drew Mize, trying to avoid going down on strikes for the 2nd time. McMahon looking for his 3rd strikeout. The left-hander kicks and deals. Drew Mize, the speedy middle infielder, headed to Lindenwood University as he looks at ball 2. His brother Carter not in the lineup this evening. We've seen them both on the right side of the infield. Mize at second base. Carter Mize primarily plays first, plays a little bit of outfield. Not in the lineup this evening. The 2-2 fouled straight back. Carter of Missouri Baptist at the NAIA level. Drew Mize headed to Division II Lindenwood. And he swings and misses. 4th strikeout and 2nd straight for McMahon. And he's bounced back very nicely after giving up that home run, 4 straight retired. Putting that home run behind him and continuing to pitch effectively. He's worked an inning and a 1/3, 3 strikeouts so far out of the bullpen. He struck out the side the last time he was on the mound in a scoreless inning. 3 strikeouts again here this evening in an inning and a 1/3. Zach Freeling at the dish. Walk and a strikeout so far this evening for the SLU Billiken. There's a strike on a breaking ball, and McMahon trying to strike out the side in order. The 1-2, just a bit inside. McMahon working very quickly, working from the third base side of the rubber. Freeling steps back in, and the 2-2. He's not going to strike out the side, but he's going to have a 1-2-3 inning as Leeper puts that one away, a 1-2-3 fifth. For Ian McMahon, he's retired 5 straight since the home run. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Eagles will try to take the lead. We're all knotted up at 4 as we head to the bottom half of the 5th. brand new arm to the Car Shield Collegiate League. Nathan Beaton out of St. John Vianney High School, headed to Maryville, making his first appearance. Here in a tie ball game in the fifth rather, tied at 4. 4 runs aside, 5 hits aside. As Damian Henderson swings and misses through strike 1, the 6'4" right-hander from St. John Vianney, headed to play college baseball at Maryville.
New addition to the roster today for Joey Hawkins, so getting some action and see what he can bring to the pen. Wow.
And welcome to the ball game. Henderson chops that one right back to him, out number 1 as Beaton flips on to first.
Welcome to the CCL right there, right back at you.
That'll wake you up. That'll get you into the ball game. You know he's already amped up to make an appearance here. And that'll just multiply that. So he gets Henderson on 2 pitches, and now Ole Arntzen. A lot of PFP action here today. Pitchers fielding practice. We've seen some pitchers make some fantastic defensive plays. Josh Stieglitz snagged the liner, made a barehanded play. That play right there by Mr. Beaton. One away here in the 5th, and now Ole Arntzen. Arntzen, a couple of base hits. The last one drove in a run. That was the last run for the Eagles back in the 3rd. 2 for 2 on the evening for the SIUE Cougar, Ole Arntzen. Formerly of Wabash Valley Community College. Sporting the SIUE black helmet against the Maryville commit, Beaton. Beaton in his junior season, a sparkling, minuscule .57 ERA at St. John Vianney. Just narrowly missed breaking the single-season school record for earned run average. And another player in this league, Luke Mann, set that record 2 seasons prior. So a couple of St. John Vianney arms, 2 of the best they've ever seen. Now in this league, Nathan Beaton, the newest addition. He has a runner on base with Ole Arntzen. Arntzen representing the go-ahead run over at first base here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 straight scoreless half innings after the 2-run homer by Matheny in the top of the 4th. Scoreless 5th worked by the Eagles' Ian McMahon. And now Nathan Beaton trying to do the same in the bottom half. Steven Randazzo in a 1-1 count. Arntzen on base for the 3rd time. Swing and a miss by Randazzo. Beaton, of course, the state champion at St. John Vianney back in 2018. And that's hit into right field. Desmond Woods charging hard, and he slides and makes the catch. Nice play, Desmond Woods, as that ball was sinking and slicing towards the line. And a dazzling second out. If that ball gets past Woods, Arntzen and Randazzo could run for a while. 2 away now for John Stallcup. And that's the first pitch he's taken all night. Was first pitch swing, his first 2 at-bats against Tyson James. Hit the ball well both times, a single and a line out to left field. And that's blocked by Cook. Boy, he's been busy behind the plate. Blocking a lot of baseballs, and he's done a nice job. 1-1 count to Stallcup. 1 for 2 on the evening for him. A couple of well-struck balls. And he strikes this one well. This one's got a chance, but it's going to come up short. Brandon Olean puts it away. John Stulkup has hit a couple of balls well to left field, but Brandon Olean says, I got this one in the bag there, big fella. We head to the top of the 6th. Will Connerly will have the last couple innings for you. We're all tied up at 4 here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can just call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601, or go to the web, www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling and Metaltronics Recycler since 1996. Desmond Woods, Brandon Olean, Spencer Nivens due up here, top of the 6th inning. Welcome, folks. Hope you've enjoyed this ball game so far as we have. We've got a tie ball game right now. 4-4 is your score. McMahon on the mound for another inning. He let up a home run to Tate Matheny, the first hitter he sees in the ballgame, Shane, but now he's kind of been in a groove ever since, retired 5 straight, now facing Desmond Woods to start off the top of the 6th inning.
And that's how you have to respond. You almost have to pretend that home run never happened. You're still got to go make good pitches. I mean, yes, it happened. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't take it back. You can't go get that baseball from over the fence and bring it back. It counts as a home run. You got to respond.
And you got to pursue excellence with a vengeance in that situation. That ball's popped up to the right side.
Knew he'd find a way to work that in somehow.
There's Desmond Woods, the right fielder in the box. He's struck out a couple times tonight. Up to the plate. Here in the top of the 6th, a 4-4 ball game. McMahon surrendered a home run to Tate Matheny, but's retired 5 straight. You come out of the bullpen and the first guy you face is a home run. That can kind of make your night go south really quickly.
Very quickly.
He hasn't let it.
It easily can, but as a reliever, you have to have that mentality. Next pitch, next hitter. I know it's cliche. You've heard it a million times, but that really is the truth. You have to move on. You can't do anything about it, and McMahon's done a nice job. Especially with
a home run that's ultimately tied the ball game, Shane. It puts pressure on you to keep the score where it's at now.
It affords you less freedom as well. You have to be, with a 2-run lead, you can be a little more aggressive as a pitcher. But with a tie ball game, one pitch, and you're losing. So you got to be a little more careful.
Oh, they call that foul. A borderline ball right down the line, but the umpire is literally standing on the line, so he probably had a better view than I in the press box. Foul, but it was just foul. Olean stroked that one down the right field line. But foul, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, as Desmond Woods struck out to lead off the top of the 6th. Swing and a miss. We've got a nice ball game on our hands. 4-4 your score. Tate Matheny, a couple home runs. And a strike 3 on Oli, and he goes down looking. Back-to-back Ks for McMahon. And that brings up the MSU commit, speedy Spencer Nivens, taking his talents to Missouri State. 2 outs. McMahon working in relief. Worked a clean 5th, went 1-2-3. He came in and surrendered a home run to Tate Matheny, but then got a couple outs, got 3 more. He's retired 7 straight after he surrendered the bomb that tied the game of ball. And a strike to Nivens, the speedy left-handed hitter. Shading Nivens to pull a little bit in the infield. But the center fielder Piper's actually a couple shades to have him go the other way, a little off center. So a decent gap in right center field. Fastball from McMahon around 85 miles an hour. That ball is grounded to the right side. Arnson will step on the bag himself, and McMahon works himself another clean inning. Back-to-back 1-2-3s. We send it to the bottom of the 6th, tie ball game. Jalen Jones, Justin Eads, and Kenny Piper, bottom of the 6th. We go, tie ball game. We're shaping ourselves up for another wild finish, Shane. Nathan Beaton on the mound. He came in last inning. Made quick work of the Eagles, just surrendered 1 runner on base. New addition to the roster today. Added by Joey Hawkins, the manager for the Cornbelters. Going to be a good relief arm out of the bullpen. Former St. John Vianney standout, taking his talents across town to Maryville. The right-handed pitcher falls behind 3 balls, no strikes in the count. So Jalen Jones, the designated hitter, looking for any type of base runner right now in a tie ball game. As things get interesting down the stretch, the Cornbelters have used the long ball to get their home runs, a couple from Tate Matheny and one from Jimmy Obertop. A full count. Beaton shakes once and kicks. It's fouled away. But the long ball, the only form of offense for the Cornbelters, but you'll take it, tie ball game. You got a chance against the first place team, the top 2 teams in the league. Not much separating these 2 teams in the standings. Not much separation in this game as well. It's been neck to neck. 4-4 ball game, obviously, here in the bottom of the 6th, and a strike 3 called on Jalen Jones.
And it's turned into a bullpen game as well. Both these bullpens doing a fine job here in these last few innings. We had a lot of offense in the early innings. Thought maybe this would be one of those 10-8, 11-9, 11-10 ball games, but it's turned out to be anything but a nail-biter as we head into the late innings.
Austin Risch just went 1 inning. They went to the bullpen, like you mentioned, after the first, and it turned into a bullpen game right away for the Eagles. Justin Eads comes to the plate. And the pitchers have to be so fine down the stretch in a tie ball game as a reliever. 1 inch here or there, your team's losing. 1 inch meaning if you leave it over the heart of the plate, the batter squares it up and puts it out of the yard. You got to be fine with your pitches late in the ball game. Obviously, in the early innings, those runs mean just as much as the late innings, but they're emphasized more now as we come down to the wire, bottom of the 6th.
And every pitch means that much more. A strike here, a strike there, getting ahead in the count late in these ball games. You don't want to fall behind. That's why that pitch right there was so important. A 2-1 pitch. He spotted up a good fastball. Don't want to fall behind 3-1.
The breaking ball.
And now that affords him to go outside the zone with a breaking ball if he wants to. On 3-1, you have to come in likely with a fastball. So that strike on 2-1, very, very important. Allows you freedom as a pitcher.
Eads looking to get on base, calls time. Beaton, ready to throw. Important pitch here, the payoff pitch coming up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. A swing and a miss. Eads got fooled. They throw it around the horn. He threw him the breaking ball and the check swing, but he went around, and that brings up the top of the lineup. Kenny Piper, Joey Hawkins, going to go talk to Beaton.
Even on a 3-2 count, if you have confidence in that breaking ball, you can go to it, and he's going to head to his bullpen.
Hawkins heads to the pen. It's Rob Parks when we come back from the break. The left-hander, Joey Hawkins, makes the call to the bullpen, and he makes the call on somebody with big-time stuff. Rob Parks, 10 innings, 18 strikeouts. So far, he has a 1.4 earned run average. Here making his 7th appearance of the summer. Last time he pitched was on Tuesday against the Gems, went 1 inning. His last 3 outings have been scoreless. He's only surrendered 2 earned runs on the season through 10 innings, and like we mentioned, 18 strikeouts from the southpaw. It's coming down to the wire here at CarShield Field. Rob Parks, his frame's about 6'2", 185. He was in his senior campaign at SIUE. He led the team with 7 appearances out of the bullpen. Finished with 11 strikeouts and 4 walks in the shortened season. Before he spent time at Lindenwood Belleville. A couple seasons there before making the transfer to SIUE as this ball's popped up. Matheny coming under it. He'll catch it for the 3rd out. Parks comes in. Gets a quick out. We send it to the 7th on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Just a reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if you or your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601. Open up the phone, call them whenever, 877-258-3601. 3601. Go to www.itcscrap.com. And look who's coming to the plate. Already with a couple home runs tonight. Can he make it another and thicken that plot? He already has 5 on the season. A swing and a miss on the first offering from McMahon. We're in the final frame, a 4-4 ball game. Top of the 7th we go. The first offering is a swing and a miss. That one's foul back. Pitch taken inside McMahon. The first hitter he faced when he entered this ballgame was Tate Matheny, who knocked a 2-run home run off him to tie the ballgame. But ever since, McMahon has retired every single hitter in the lineup besides Matheny as he faces him again. McMahon working up to 89 miles an hour during this at-bat. What a backhanded play across the diamond, and he got him. The arm from Jacobson, big time. McMahon retires Matheny. He's retired 9 hitters in a row ever since he led up that bomb to Tate.
And Noah Jacobson, silky smooth over at third base. How smooth was that?
Pretty smooth. It was pretty solid.
It was
big time play.
Smooth.
Nice little backhand play. Good arm across the diamond. And Jimmy Obertop comes to the plate, the first baseman. He knocked a home run. That was part of the back-to-back bombs that the Cornbelters had in the 3rd inning. Charlie Bornoff, Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you. We're coming down to the wire on CarShield Collegiate League TV. J.C. Clemens, David Schmoll, Andrew Marshall here as well. A swing and a miss on that fastball from Obertop. 2 outs. And McMahon's been on a roll. The ball game was tied after he surrendered the homer. But he still now just started to mow through the lineup. Hey, maybe that was the first hitter you faced. Maybe a little extra motivation. Start throw the ball with a little extra zip after that one. I kind of noticed it after he let up the homer. The first pitch was spiked. The next pitch, maybe get the anger out, and then he starts to let it eat. And he has been. He's retired 10 hitters in a row after surrendering the home run to Tate Matheny in the 4th inning, which tied the ball game. 4-4 game right now, top of the 7th, 2 away for Josh Cook. Any swing now can take the lead. Every pitch feeling more and more important. A swing and a miss. McMahon, 11 in a row. Coming out of the bullpen with a nice night for Forrest Herman, bottom of the 7th. Cornbelters and Eagles tied at 4. Eagles with a shot to win it. They've already walked it off 3 times this season. What can they do in the bottom frame? All right, here we go, Shane Holsey. Bottom of the 7th, tie ball game. 2-3-4 due up against the closer, Rob Parks. The bottom of the 7th inning, 4-4 ball game. Cornbelters have got their runs via the long ball. 3 runs were plated in the bottom of the 2nd inning for the Eagles, and they had 1 more in the 3rd. But ever since the top of the 4th, we've been tied 4-4 last frame. Here in the bottom of the 7th, the 4-4 ball game. Peyton Lieber at the plate. 2-3-4. The meat of the order. This ball is skied to left field. Holian is under it. And that's caught for the first out. Now the guy who comes up to the plate, who's silky smooth in the field. Now coming to the plate, Shane. He made a smooth play last time at the plate, didn't he?
Love the way he plays defense.
Can he do it with the bat against Rob Parks? A swing and a miss. That one fouled back, actually. Got a little piece of that one. 0-1 the count nonetheless with 1 out. Rob Parks. 3 straight scoreless outings. Big-time strikeout stuff. He came in last inning and got 1 out. Now his retired leaper facing the 3-hole Noah Jacobson. A long ball could do it. Jacobson's had a couple this summer already. But a swing and a miss right there from the SIU left-hander. That brings up Damian Henderson. And when we talk about long balls that could potentially win it, this guy's hit 2 of the farthest home runs we've seen this summer. If he could do one here, it would end the ball game. A swing and a miss.
Oh, baby. He was swinging for the downs.
Oh, 1 pitch. Taken outside, a ball and a strike.
You know, Henderson's trying to do one thing and one thing only in this ball game.
He was going deep sea fishing on that first offering. A healthy hack.
Oh.
And there's another one, but you get 3 strikes. He still gets another opportunity to let it eat at the plate. 1-2 the count with 2 outs. Ball's foul back. In the bottom of the 7th inning, a 4-4 ball game. 5 hits tonight for the Cornbelters, 6 for the Eagles. Been an evenly matched game. So far, just a couple home runs for the Cornbelters. Have a couple by Tate Matheny, 1 by Jimmy Obertop. The Eagles scored their runs in the 2nd inning. Ole Arnson, John Stalkup, and Jalen Jones came around to score on starter Tyson James, and Henderson holds up. Looks like his hips were getting ready to go around, but the shoulders didn't go. He kept the bat back. And he skies this one. Tate Matheny's coming under it, just skied under that one. And we're through 7 innings. 4-4 ball game. We're headed to extras. Free baseball at Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Knotted up. 4-4 ball game. Brett Pearson comes to the plate. We've got free baseball on our hands. They'll play 1 extra inning in the Car Shield Collegiate League. So we go to the 8th. 4-4 is our score. And how about this pitcher, Shane? He's been doing so well. Oh, that ball goes down. Brett Pearson is going to get 2 bases on the error by the right fielder, Damian Henderson. Before that, he had retired. 10 straight hitters. "12 straight hitters, rather. But now the error by the right fielder allows a runner to get on base. So coming down to the wire, but now a runner in scoring position for the Cornbelters, looking to try to pull out this victory against the first-place Eagles. This game goes to extra innings. They moved this game to the nightcap, and it's been the premier game on tonight. It feels like 2 of the top teams in the league the winner of this game will move to first place. And Stallcup wants to talk to McMahon, who had 3 straight 1-2-3 innings after giving up a home run to Tate Matheny, but now in a little bit of a pickle with the runner, Brett Pearson, who stroked a ball to right field, which should have been caught. The error on the right fielder causes the runner to be on second base. Can McMahon work around the defensive miscue? We shall see. Drew Mize will help us answer that question as the left-hander comes set. Here in extra innings, we'll play 1 extra. And if the score stays the same, each team will receive a tie. Tie is worth a point in the standings. 1-0 count to Drew Mize. A swing and a miss with an RBI opportunity. The job that Mize could do is get the runner over any way you can. Get that runner to third base. And you've got an opportunity with the runner at third and less than 2 outs. You have an opportunity to get him in and execute. And the execution process, when you take batting practice, you do the get me over and then get me in. And in these situations, situational hitting is becoming very prevalent right now. As McMahon comes set and delivers, that ball's drilled to left field. Hawkins is going to hold up Pearson. Runners at the corners, nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning.
No reason to risk it there with nobody out. Solid base hit to left field, and these late innings getting interesting once again. We've had no runs since the 4th inning, but all of a sudden, back-to-back base runners, and what do you know? Cornbelters a chance to take the lead. Well, these two teams have been the epitome of late inning heroics. Both these teams have been involved in several crazy endings, and another one shaping up here.
And the infield is playing, the middle infield's about halfway. The corners are in. But that runner on third base is the go-ahead run here in extra innings in the top of the 8th.
And with the infield midway, you can still try to turn a double play if that runner from third doesn't take off. But if he does, you can have a chance to get him at home plate. So not selling out all the way in, but still not playing all the way back because you still want to prevent that run from scoring.
So Freeling with a chance for a potential game-winning run batted in. If they can take the lead here and hold off the Eagles in the bottom frame of the 8th inning here in extras. Runners at the corners, nobody out. That ball's struck well to left field. For sure has the distance, and that will be the go-ahead run. Get a job done. Zach Freeling does the job with the sacrifice fly, and the Cornbelters go on top 5-4.
Just a great team at bat there by Freeling, getting a ball in the air, striking it well enough, getting it deep enough. He knew that's all he needed to do, get a ball to the outfield with less than 2 outs, runner on third base in a tie ball game in extra innings. Just how you draw it up.
He struck that ball well. That was right in his wheelhouse, and for sure deep enough with Justin Eads in left field. If the outfielder has to step back at all, you know that the runner at third's going to score. He scores there. That brings up Desmond Woods. There is one away, but there's one run across, and that could be the game winner. Here in extra innings, a 5-4 lead now for the Cornbelters. A swing and a miss on the changeup by Desmond Woods. Nice pitch from the left-hander. We talk about he had an interesting night. He came in against Tate Matheny and led up a 2-run home run to tie the ball game. But he had 3 straight 1-2-3 innings to follow, but getting in a little bit of a pickle here to start off the top of the 8th inning as that ball is skied in the infield. Arnson having a little trouble with it. It drops. Mize will try to go to second, but he gets tagged by Arnson, so an out. But Desmond Woods now on first base. So that dropped ball really doesn't play a factor, but the drop ball that does play a factor is the one in right field. The air comes around to score to start off the inning.
Lead-off base runners coming around to score late in these ball games. They find a way to come across the score. Miscues in the field, walks. The baseball gods will punish you.
The Cornbelters on top 5-4 as Olean swings on the first pitch. Jacobson in foul territory. He catches this one. Can the Eagles make a comeback? To the bottom of the 8th we go. Find out and stay tuned on CarShield Collegiate League TV. And Rob Parks comes back out for another inning of work. He's trying to slam the door shut for the Cornbelters. And coming into this matchup, they were looking up in the standings at the Eagles, who were in first place. Now with an opportunity to overtake that and be at the top of the table. If Rob Parks can get 3 outs here, he'll face Ole Arnson, Steven Randazzo, and John Stallcup. Here in extra innings, first ball stroked well to Drew Mize. First out, 1 pitch, 1 out for Rob Parks. Parks been a premier arm out of the bullpen this summer for Joey Hawkins. He was for SIUE as well. He needs 2 more outs to bring the Cornbelters to the top of the table in the CarShield Collegiate League. Steven Randazzo comes up to the plate with 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That pitch grounded foul by Randazzo, the Drury Panther.
And sometimes you'll see when a team is down a run in the last inning, they'll be taking the first pitch, but not these Eagles. They're being aggressive early in the count. They know Parks throws a lot of strikes. They don't want to fall behind in the count and then put themselves in a tough situation.
We had ourselves a nail-biter tonight. Thanks to everyone for still sticking with us here on a beautiful evening at CarShield Field. Rob Parks trying to shut the door for Joey Hawkins and company. The Cornbelters notch a run across in the top of the 8th inning. Zach Freeling gets the sacrifice fly. And now the Cornbelters trying to shut the door with the left arm of Rob Parks. 3 balls and a strike to Randazzo, who's trying to start something for Forrest Herman and the Eagles. The 3-1 pitch. A foul back. Randazzo got on base 1 time tonight. He fouls this one back, staying alive against the left-hander Rob Parks. He struck out in the 2nd and flew out to right field in the 5th inning. Coming up for the 4th time tonight, facing Rob Parks in a swing and a miss. 19 strikeouts now for the left-hander as he walks around the mound to face John Stallcup. 1 more out needed for the southpaw. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, a 5-4 ball game. Rob Parks looking for the save. In his 7th appearance here this summer. Rob Parks a swing and a miss by Stallcup. 1 swing of the bat can tie it. We saw Stallcup lift one to the warning track.
He's swinging the bat well tonight. Just 1 hit to show for it, but he's hit the ball well every time.
He rips that one again. He's been on it tonight. And he had a hit against Tyson James in the 2nd inning, and a couple of flyouts that were well struck to left field. Can he strike one to left field over the wall and go yard to tie the ball game? That's all it will take. The 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Rob Parks with a couple strikeouts. He closes the door and gets the win for the Cornbelters, who come on top 5-4. They're now at top of the table. We'll be back with you in about 30 seconds to wrap things up on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. So that's a final. Zach Friedling with the sacrifice fly to win it in the top of the 8th. And then Rob Parks to get the win on the mound. He gets 3 outs to shut the door. What a way. The top 2 teams in the league. It comes down to the wire. And that's a final. We thank you guys and everybody for sticking in. You had so many options tonight. Major League Baseball was back. Spending time with your loved ones and watching your loved ones play baseball. That's what happened tonight in this Cornbelters victory in extra innings. For Charlie Bornoff and Shane Holsey, I'm Will Connolly. That's good night from Car Shield Field.